And to that piece of lieutenant that's always on his podcast, bash us, him.
Attention, roll call.
That's right. Good morning, everybody. 8:05 live Eastern Time. And, of course, your Friday roundtable, Defiance Unfiltered. Today, if you see, I'm wearing a shirt that says Derek. So I really didn't sleep much, and because today is now 1 year since Derek passed. And I was thinking to myself, am I going to do the podcast? Because I kept saying I'm going to do it. And I said, you know what? I'm going to do it because I'm not going to be sad today. I said I'm going to honor Derek's life and continue to fight for other kids that are out there battling cancer. And so that's what I want to make today about. So it's been 1 year since Derek passed today. It's a somber day. It's a tough day. But at the same token, I want to honor his life also and honor what he's done for me as a father and what he's done for my wife and what he's done for his sister and how he's made me, I think, an even better man today. I find myself things that people normally complain about. I say to myself, I'm not going to complain about that. I won't let that bother me because I watched Derek battle cancer for over a year and how tough. And he was a warrior. And I want to honor that by being a warrior also. And I think we should all have that mindset. I watched Derek constantly get poked, constantly in the hospital, day in and day out, go through radiation and all these other things fighting for cancer that kids go through, and we have to honor kids like that. Just so incredibly strong. And with that being said, instead of being sad, which is virtually impossible, I want to honor his life and tell him I love him. And I want to thank this network, what everyone has done for me and been by my side, and the support that I've received has been astronomical and has really helped me pull through. So, Derek, I love you. Today we honor you. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Good morning, guys.
Yeah, morning, Eric. Morning. Yeah, it's been going. Look, you just not. The thing is, like when people pass, is like the reality is you just really never get over it, and not that you should. It's just something you learn to live with, and it's it's tough. So I know these past couple of days have been tough for you. So we appreciate you being here, brother. And I obviously appreciate all our friends that we've grown through this network and all the friends we've had coming through the NYPD and all that. Everybody really reached out. I mean, even people that are in great opposition to us, I think, showed their humanity during that time. So appreciate you being here, brother.
Yeah, likewise. Except I have to admit, and some people say, well, that's bitter. I'll never forgive the NYPD's. I say some of the leadership, but I don't know exactly who they are, but I have an idea who made it difficult and gave some obstacles for some of the cops to make it to Derek's service. I'll never forgive them for that. Honestly, I really won't. And some people will say, let it go. I won't. I won't forgive for that because we all have kids, and all I'm doing is giving my First Amendment speech and my perspective on policing. And the attack I received on my kids has never been answered by the upper echelon. And the hoops and hurdles that some of the cops had to go through to actually go to Derek's service, obviously in opposition to me, I'll never forgive them for that. Some people can say, don't do that. I'm sorry. I take that personal, and I will never let that go. Good morning, Mom.
Yeah, morning, bro. Yeah, there's a larger discussion there about the support that the job gives the cops, on and off the job, when they leave, cops and their families. And, the conversation we're going to have today definitely crosses into that in the larger conversation about how the city treats you as a worker and how they value you and, how they honor the promises they make when you sign up to become a cop, and those promises include your health care, right? And if there's anything we should take from the unfortunate passing of Derek, is that how important your health is and how important healthcare should be to cops and their family, because you never know what's going to happen, right? So you need you need that support. You need that coverage when unfortunately life happens. But morning, guys. Where did the week go, right? We got a very important discussion on the way today, and there's a lot of other things to talk about. I'm not sure we'll get to it, but again, very important discussion coming on with Mariana.
That's a great point, right? Because I often say this line. It's kind of cliche, but I live by it now. And when you're healthy, you have a million problems in life, right? Everything's on your plate, and you think about it. But what I learned through Derek's battle, and that's really I carry that today, is when you're sick, you have one problem. And so the reality is your health is number one. Sometimes people are struggling, man, can I afford this? Can I afford that? Or, what's going to be my next vacation? What is life like? Am I going to get terminated from the NYPD? Is it going to be a career? How is it going to play out? In reality, these are all things that you think about. But the most important thing is your health. That is number one. If you're not taking care of your health, then nothing else matters. That has to be at the hierarchy of importance. And when you're healthy, it's not something you really think about. But when you're sick, everything becomes compounded and much more difficult. And I found that when Derek was battling cancer, and even with medical insurance, just the compounded stress you have on the red tape with insurance and the astronomical fees on pharmaceuticals, and you realize how important your medical is. And especially when you're young, and you're let's say if you're young in the NYPD or another law enforcement agency, or just any career, and you don't see your mortality when you're young, and you don't vision that, hey, maybe I'll be sick one day, or maybe a loved one will be sick, and how important your medical is. A medical package is so important. And I think we spoke about this. I think when it comes to retirement, if you're retired right now, pension is not vulnerable. I'll argue that all day. But what about your medical? What if the city goes after your medical and makes your benefits a lot more expensive, and that offsets the pensions? That's something people need to think about, because medical insurance, you are vulnerable to the insurance. So, John, what are your thoughts on that? Because I think that people are taking this for granted, and they're not really understanding how their benefits work. And as far as retirement goes, their tier, and especially their medical. And the reason why I ask you to say this is because you know damn well, better than anybody, when you retired and you saw how much you had to pay per month in medical. Can you tell people how damning that could be on your family?
Oh my God. I mean, it could destroy you financially. Medical could destroy you. You went through it, I got forced off the job. I was paying $25,000 a year, and it wasn't covering anything. It was barely covering anything. And I mean, depending people's financial situation, that could ruin people, especially today, in today's economy with inflation. I mean, am I going to sit there and pretend like that time didn't hurt? To be down a $200,000 salary and then get a $50,000 bill, it's rough. It's definitely rough. I think we get a lot of crap on this podcast about a lot of stuff, and we were talking about the retiree healthcare a long time ago. And I remember having Marianne on last time we had her on, and immediately after the episode, you had police unions putting out emails to their membership saying about all the misinformation that was being spread about the current healthcare and what was happening and all this stuff. And you know, and I just laughed, and everyone's like, dude, they're not going to touch our healthcare. Everything's good. They're not going after retiree healthcare, blah, blah, blah. You know, my delegate told me this. The trustee told me that. This guy told me that. And, you know, at end of the day, 2 years later, they literally all put out similar emails telling you exactly what we told you 2 years prior. You know, and so, you know, your healthcare has significantly changed, in case you didn't know it. What the city could do to your healthcare has significantly changed in that time period, in case you didn't know it. And yeah, I think nobody really, everybody has this big plan about what they're going to do in life. Everybody has a big plan about what they're going to do in life, but really you don't know what tomorrow holds. You just don't. You don't know what tomorrow has in store for you. And that's why I think people need to start paying more attention to what's happening, and I think people need to become a lot more vocal. You know, I've been getting a lot of like weird comments from a lot of people lately, like, oh, you know, you talk like a guy that like you talk and you all walk and you act and you move like a guy that has billions of dollars and not a care in the world, and you don't. And I'm like, I was like, see, I was like, I don't really look at it like that. I think I walk and I talk and I walk around and I move around like a guy that has limited time on this world. And I understand that I do. And you don't. That's the difference. You think you're going to live forever. You think there's always going to be more time. You think that it'll correct itself. If it's not me, it'll be someone else that corrects it. And so I always push back at all that stuff. And I think that's why when you see something and you know something not to be right and you see where things are going wrong, I think you have the obligation to speak up about it.
Yeah. I would have thought the scamdemic would have kind of woken people up in that regards, I never planned to be who would ever thought that we'd be on our podcast right now, you couldn't have told me that years ago and I'd be like, what are you talking about? But yeah, life comes at you like in unexpected ways,
Yeah.
And I think even though it happened to not just us, but everybody on the job and almost everyone working in city government, seems to me like a lot of those people have forgotten and have gone back to thinking that these unexpected things don't happen anymore, and that's part of the problem, and maybe that's why there's no there's no impetus to like there's no hurry to change things.
Well, I think today is going to be the real pension seminar. So for the cops that are out there, that you're active in the police department, and you say, "Oh, I'm going to go to a pension seminar," right? Maybe most cops wait till it's too late. They go to pension seminars about, I would say, within a year of retirement. For some, even as late as 6 months. I think it's too far then to really understand your pension. Does it necessarily change anything? You change your pension? No. But I think it's good to understand your pension. How does your pension really work? What is a pension? How does a pension actually pay retirees? What is that system based on? And that's what the pension seminar doesn't teach. And I think that's what you're going to walk away with today, is really understand your pension, is the positive effects of it, and how can it also be negatively impacted. The only thing that you learn at a pension seminar, and I went to several of them just to get an idea and see what they teach there, because they don't teach anything, is they just tell you how to put your money in, have different aspects, and they tell you the 8% interest it makes, which is true. And if you're tier 2, the options that you had as far as 50% additional contributions, and also the increased take-home. Now, for the tier 3 guys, I'm pretty sure they don't get that, and I don't know if they've changed that, but I still think they don't get that option. And so you don't get an understanding of how your pension actually works. Most people don't understand how their pension works. They don't understand to make calculations. And so that's what you really need to learn. You have to ask yourself why. At a pension seminar, they never teach that. Now, something also Maul and I mentioned on a prior episode, which people don't talk about, is they've given you this blanket like idea that you should never, I don't like the word never, never take a pension loan. And what Wall and I told you is don't take a pension loan to buy a liability. I understand what's a liability. Maybe buying a car, right? You want that fancy car. That's probably not a pension withdrawal that you want to take because it doesn't give you an asset. But if you had an opportunity to buy some real estate that you could rent out or Airbnb and make some make some passive income, and that's an asset, well, that may be an opportunity. So most people don't really understand that pension. We're going to get into that today. And John, I'll pass it to you.
Yeah, so everybody's familiar with the budget crisis that New York City's facing. New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani has said he was going to tax the rich. He had all these plans about how he was going to bring in all this money. He was going to raise all these different taxes. And, everything that he suggested, basically the governor's saying no. So ultimately, at the end of the day, what is he going to do? He's going to go after the working class and the middle class. And that's exactly what is happening. So, Marianne Pizzitola, we're going to bring up to the stage in just a moment. She is the president of the New York City Organization of Public Service Retirees. She herself is a New York City retiree. She came out of FDNY EMS Local 2507. So she's been fighting hard. Not only did she have a large fight with New York City that lasted years over retiree health care, but now she's waving the flag on what's currently happening, where New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani saying that he's going to delay pension payments in order to fill the budget gap. Anyone that's familiar with history, anyone that's ever done that, every city, any state that's ever done that has never caught up. So if that's what we're going to do, we're going to be in for a bumpy ride, people. So let's bring to the stage Marianne Pizzitola. Hey, Marianne, how you doing? Thanks for taking your time and coming out and speaking with us. We appreciate it.
Good morning, gentlemen. Nice to be here with you.
Yeah, Marianne, it's always a pleasure. We had you on here. It's been several years now. Great conversation. I remember when you were on here, we got a lot of phone calls because people, I guess they woke up for a short period of time. Unfortunately, most city agency workers have short-term memories, but they woke up a bit, and I think today we're going to wake up a sleeping giant. So it's great to have you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me back. Yes. Well, healthcare, the two things that you have in retirement is healthcare and pension. And those are the two things we need to protect. So I'm glad to be part of this conversation and help out more. Our legal battles with the New York City Organization of Public Service Retirees is still ongoing. We still have 2 cases in court, still trying to protect our current retirees' healthcare benefits and the illegal copays that they started charging in 22. So those are still ongoing. Our fight's not done. So, but now this pension scheme is another one, and we've dubbed it the pension Ponzi scheme.
So Marianne, I made a couple of posts about it, and I guess you saw them because you reached out and you said they don't understand it.
No,
they don't believe you.
No, they don't.
And could you just walk in? Could you just, like, from your perspective, tell us what's going on, what retirees and active members should understand right now? Like what's happening? What is it that Zohran Mamdani is saying that he wants to do? What should we be concerned with?
So we first saw this when the mayor introduced his proposed budget. I think it was in February. And then the city council introduced their proposed budget to counter it, right? And that's kind of still where we are. This actually came up last year in the budget process. It was actually slipped into the budget, which is usually how they try to sneak stuff in. And it was introduced then by Mayor Adams, the UFT and DC 37. And it only affected 3 of the 5 pension systems: New York City Employees Retirement System, Teachers Retirement System, and BERS, known as Board of Ed Retirement System. It did not affect police and fire, and that was because those two pension systems did not want any part of this. And there was also some politics attached to it because it had to do with the failed municipal labor committee deals. Municipal labor committees, this umbrella group of unions, they don't have a bargaining certificate. They kind of usurp power that they don't have, but no one's really, called them into check, which hopefully that'll happen soon. We started a campaign last year to stop that, and then now it surfaces again. mayor in the original budget that he proposed was considering taking retiree health benefit trust, which is a trust fund that was started under the Bloomberg administration to pay for healthcare future costs, because there is no funding for that. It's what they call pay-go, pay as you go. And that's not a real good way of financing things that are very expensive. The city does have a $9 billion price tag for healthcare for everyone, and it should be funded the way we're supposed to be funding our pensions, making sure that the cash is there so when you need it, it's around. So they did that. And then the mayor comes out with the city council, comes out with this proposal after they're talking about taking money from the retiree health benefit trust. The proposal was to do pension obligation bonds and re-amortization of our pension liability. I'm like, here we go again, 2.0. What is that? So let's break them both down. Re-amortization is like a refinance. It's the most simplest way I can explain that. So back in I think it was 2010, the actuary said, hey, listen, we really should fund our pensions properly so that when the money is needed, it's there. You have a lot of retirees that are employees that are retiring. Who would this impact? For people like you and I who are currently retired, this scheme, as we call it, would not impact you or I directly because our pensions are funded. We're currently retired. This re-amortization of the unaccrued liability, UAL, is for people who are currently employed who will be retired. Their pensions need to be funded because the state constitution says that your pension will not be diminished. Article 5, Section 7. So your pension's guaranteed. But if the money's not there, it's going to come from somewhere else. So I did a video the other day that basically said, well, they're not going to come after your pension, but they're going to come after your wallet. What does this scheme do? So you have this debt. It's supposed to be paid off by 2032. Today, the current workers who will be retired, their pensions are about 86% funded. Last year, they were about 85% funded. So it's telling you with the volatility of the market that we're not increasing that satisfaction of the debt very quickly. It is a slow process. Even if you have a mortgage, you're paying off your mortgage. It takes time. You're paying more interest than you are paying principal. Same kind of principle here. So this debt, unaccrued liability of pensions, should be paid off by 2032. What they want to do is refinance that. They want to lower what the city's paying today and extend out those payments, maybe 12 or 14 more years. Now, you and I also know that if you do that, while it may reduce what you're shelling out of your pocket today, reduce your cost, your payment, it's going to extend those payments over time, meaning more interest, more cost. And that's going to come out of the city budget and the taxpayer. So one, that's telling me right there it's not a savings. And if you've ever owned a house, you also know that your financial planner would tell you it doesn't really make sense to do that unless you can lower your interest rate. Like when I bought this house, it was at 6%. I was able to refinance it down to 3%. That not only reduced my payment, it reduced what I was paying in interest, and I was able to reduce the term. That's a savings. This is not that. All they're really looking to do with this is reduce what the payment is going into between now and 2032, and then extend that payment out another 12 or 14 years. And that's only a hypothesis in the term because they've not made public how long they want to stretch that payment out. So I'm telling you right now, there's not a savings in doing this. It's only delaying what they owe, and it will increase more of an interest rate or a tax what they have to pay. Does that kind of make sense in that every amortization?
I think it makes sense, but everyone's always about bottom line. Like, how does it affect me? So you're working. So you're working right now. You had your amortization schedule. Basically, you knew what it was.
Mm-hmm.
Upon hiring, right? You're going to pay X amount of dollars, and then your pension is going to be calculated based upon this. How does this affect? How does this one amortization part affect people
An active worker
currently on the job? Does this affect their bottom line? What they could get in monthly payment? I'm hearing, and I think what you're saying is in the long term, it could highly affect the solvency of the pension fund itself.
Yeah.
But how does it affect me? Because people truly don't care until it affects them. So how
You're
does
right.
it affect me as an active worker?
So it'll affect us all, active or retired, in this basically the same way with different types. So let me explain that. As an active worker, if the reamortization, the investment that they do, kicking the can down the road, now another 12 or 14 years, doesn't pan out, volatility in the market where the investments aren't coming as fruitful as they would hope they were, yet people are retiring, that pension's got to be paid out because now those current employees are going to be retired. They can't diminish your pension. That's a fact. You will get your pension. But like I said to you before, they will come to your wallet. They may increase your taxes. They may, for active workers, they may reduce the wages that they're going to pay them because they don't have the money because that has to be reallocated to pay pensions. They may increase fees on different services, car registrations, tickets, whatever. For employees and retirees, if they still need more money, look at what they've been doing over the last 10 years, increasing copays, increasing deductibles, passing costs on to employees and retirees in healthcare. As you get older, you need more healthcare. We have documents that show that they analyzed how many times retirees went to doctors in a 3-year period for a specific subset of services. And they assigned a copay to each one of those, realizing if they implemented that copay, like they did in 22 and 25, it would yield them about $50 million a year in savings that they could use. So yes, it may not affect your pension because that's guaranteed to be paid. But if they still need the money, they're coming to your wallet. If you're a state resident, city resident, they're going to add more taxes. They will increase fees. They will assess or transfer more costs to you. And that's across the board.
I think that's a great point. So we had spoke about this offline, and I love to analyze the pension. You're right? So if you have a New York, for instance, rhetorically speaking, right? If you have a New York State police pension fund, the police pension fund is its own pension, right? It's protected under the state constitution. Now there could be 2 votes on the state constitution. I know it's not some people say it's impossible to have your pension reduced. It's nearly impossible. If you have 2 votes on the state constitution, there can be a reduction, but it's nearly impossible to get to that point. However, I do agree. I think that how they attack the pension for retirees is by your medical plan, right? Because your medical plan, as you said, is so important. As you get older, it's more in your family. And I think that the medical package offsets your pension, positive or negative. And if that's where I think when it comes to retirees that the city can go, as far as, and you said already, increasing those copays. When you increase those copays, especially if you go into the doctor on a constant basis or pharmaceuticals, excuse me. Well, if you're on a fixed income, which is your pension, well, that becomes substantial. And that's what people don't understand. Now, I think that, unfortunately, active guys that are on the job right now don't really understand their pension. And it's even the complete unborn that I think should be fearing this right now. If you're just young and thinking about a career in law enforcement, or you think about a career in a city agency, particularly in New York City, well, you don't know. You could end up being tier 10, and there could be basically no pension. I was saying this earlier. If they're going to get to this point, well, they could say, you know what? You need to be 60 years old and have 30 years in the police department before you can retire. How many people want to be a 60-year-old cop? Basically, what they're telling you is going to be no pension because you're not going to make it to that point. 60 years old, rocking around in a police car. That's a young man's job. So what are your thoughts on that, on potential tiers get increased and really having those reduced pension benefits for people that are potentially thinking about a career in a city agency or someone that is maybe some of the young right now? Could those tiers change? Someone with 3 years, in the fire department or the police department. What is your take on that?
Well, you already saw that in 2012 with the implementation of Tier 6. They said there was a fiscal crisis back then. We have to tamp down the cost of pensions. They implemented Tier 6. What did Tier 6 do? It increased what workers had to pay into the pension and the term in which they had to work in order to to retire. You saw yesterday Teamsters Local 831, which is a uniform union, that they're fighting to protect their 20-year pension. So yeah, they're going to try to make changes to the pension system. And you saw when that was implemented, 2012 was done, Tier 6, they were literally holding that vote at 3 o'clock in the morning. A large portion of the elected, because it was in the middle of the night, they either abstained or didn't vote. So yes, that can definitely happen. This question on the screen that John has up, of course they want to move you to a 401. I mean, that was like the goal under Bloomberg. They want to get away. There's a subset of the population, especially think tanks, that think public workers have Cadillac benefits. I don't look at my benefits as Cadillac by any stretch of the means, but that's what they want to term them on to try to tamp them down. Just because maybe there's not as many people in the public sector that might have what we have doesn't mean that that doesn't have a value. I value the pension. I value the fact that we took lower wages and that our working conditions were not as probably ideal as being a private sector worker during our term. So we also rely on the fact that whenever there's a con every 20 years, when they go to reopen the Constitution, we fight that reopener, because that is one of the union's biggest fears, is that they will try to remove that protection from the pension. So yes, Eric, I think that if there's a possibility of them trying to tamp that down, they will. What was the effect of Tier 6 when they changed the funding, the way that your pension, the term of your income that you had to pay into your pension, and the term in which when you could retire? Yet, did that have an impact? I think it kind of did, because you're seeing right now, even pre-COVID, we're still having a shortage of headcount of city workers at about 25,000 people. Even NYPD is lower than it was before COVID. So it's telling you that people are looking at the job, the pay, and the benefits, and the pension, and the healthcare. They're watching the retirees fight in the press on a daily basis. Every week we're in the news about something else, or on social, arguing what they're doing to us. And then a reduction of your pension benefit. Who would want that? So yes, I agree with you. I think that there is a possibility, if they could reduce a benefit to someone coming into service, they would do that. They look at that as a savings.
Yeah, that TS6 was another gift from Andrew Cuomo that he left New Yorkers with. But I mean, like, I'm going to take a little issue though with what everyone's saying, because, one, I think, when we look at New York State, and New York City as a whole, they have an inability to stop spending money. They spend money like drunken sailors. And should the New York City go bankrupt, and anyone that thinks that we can't, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, because it's definitely possible. I saw my own father's pension when, obviously it wasn't a city or a state-backed pension. It was for the Teamsters union. But if you remember, the Teamsters was the strongest union in the country for a very long time. I watched his pension get cut in half, and then I watched his pension get cut in half again. And I watched him collect a quarter of what he was promised in retirement. And there are ways that state constitution could be opened up, and there are ways that current retirees could have their pensions reduced. But I do think ultimately we will see all of that. I think we will see less pension benefits for future employees, less pension benefits for current employees, and higher taxes for everybody. I think that's where we're heading. We're spending like drunken sailors. And, you got people on here. There's a group of people spreading misinformation about your pension being removed. No one's saying your pension's getting removed tomorrow. No one's saying your health benefits is getting removed tomorrow.
Right.
The thing that I've been saying, and I've been waving the flag about, is that if we keep on this current fiscal track, all of these things will be possible. All of these things are going. Look at Zohran Mamdani. He said that he was going to go after the rich. And who were the first people he came for? He came for retiree healthcare savings, and now he's coming for your pension money and how it funded. And again, like I said, every city and state that's ever done this start to delay the pension payments. They've never caught up. And now you have insolvent pension funds, and you have the taxpayers footing the bill, your pensions that they don't believe you deserve in the first place. And a lot of people, when it comes to police, don't even want you to have a pension system at all, hate your very existence. You think they wouldn't open up that state constitution if the choices are raise your taxes or remove the benefits? So, I mean, what are your thoughts on that? Because I don't believe that. I don't think it's happening tomorrow, but I think if we're on the same track, all of these things could happen.
I wrote a Substack a couple weeks ago. We try to be on as many different platforms as possible to share information. And when we write, we cite our sources. So we did an analysis of this, and we kind of looked at some of the other municipalities that tried to do pension obligation bonds. And there were many of them, and they failed. Even doing the re-amortization, it put municipalities or pension systems into debt, some into bankruptcy. Some of them just flat out collapsed. So is New York City on better pension footing where our pensions are better funded at 85, 86%? Yes, absolutely. I would like to see that 100% funded so that should never have to be a worry for you or I, because I know that if this does not come up, look, we all have a financial account, right? If many of us who have private investments on the side or retirement funds separate to our pensions, we're looking at what the market is doing to our own investments. That happens to the pension system. And while we're paying different people across 5 different pension systems billions of dollars in investment fees to manage those funds, it really just takes that type of a situation where that maybe that fund doesn't, or the market isn't making money. So do they want it? Would they want to change that? Yes, absolutely. They would want to change that. I don't think that they want to, there's a lot of people that don't like the fact that we have a defined pension benefit that literally says when you retire, you will make 50% of your final average salary. So yeah, John, I mean, I know my pension is protected by the state constitution, but if we fall into a complete bankruptcy of the city, which I don't think will happen, I would hope it doesn't. But if it does, they have to save the structure, the infrastructure of the city finances first. And what will they do? In the fiscal crisis of the 70s, they didn't touch anyone's pension. But they tried to reduce retiree health care benefits, Medicare B reimbursement. They stopped all the raises for the contracts. They stopped fringe benefits, fringe costs, extra monies going to the unions for welfare fund benefits, all of those things, increased take-home pays, step pays. They froze it all. We have those agreements still. I have them in our hard drive. We can show you the history of that. And then it took them several years before they reinstituted them, but you didn't get like interest or additional time because they paused it for several years. They can do that again. The difference between then and now is then the city was literally had no money. Their bond ratings were shit. They couldn't borrow money, which is why they had to borrow from the union pension fund to pay bonds back for the people that bought the bonds to fund the city in the first place. Today, the city is not in that kind of a position. We still have a decent bond rating. We could still borrow money.
Yes.
The lights are still on.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Like Pat Donahue says that, like, you know, like comparing to the Teamster pension fund, it was misused as used as a slush fund for organized crime. And I'm gonna sit there and say, what is the difference between how New York City taxpayers are being funded, how New York City taxpayer funds are being used currently by our politicians? I'm watching a body of government that runs more like organized crime. And again, I told you guys originally, when we talk about organized crime was describing, the first time it was used was to describe New York City elected politicians. They put that over into the Italian mafia after that. Like, this is when you're paying $10,000 a night per hotel room, even if someone's not in there for a homeless or a migrant. I mean, if you think that that's not organized crime, I mean, if you think that that's not a slush fund, I mean, you know, that's what I think. Mal, what are your questions around this? I know you got a lot.
Yeah. You know, Marianne is deep into this. Knows a lot more of the intricacies than than anyone here. You know, and so I'm just listening right now and trying to form a bigger picture of things. But like when I, you know, we're gonna get to the pension obligation bonds. But when I look at the funded liabilities, you know, and the investments that are in the market, I have to wonder about, you know, even about the pensions, even about the guys who are already receiving pensions and the things that are going on in the market. And I even have to wonder about like, if we're not even considering the pension obligation bonds, if that portion is already, you know, on shaky ground too. And I'm specifically referring to, like, I know, like, the police pension fund, for instance, is in 20%. The 20% of it is in the private market, and the private market right now, private credit, private real estate, equities, there's a lot of shenanigans and a lot of shaky territory there, as we can see from, like, a lot of funds preventing assets there from being sold right now, which includes, like, BlackRock and I kind of forgot the others, but it's a big mess going on there. So when I look at that, I kind of wonder about what position you know, that portion of the pension funds are in, and if there's going to be uncertainties about that going forward as well.
Pension obligation bonds are even a worse investment than reamortization. It's even more risky. One, because you're taking out a debt, you're creating a debt to pay off your pension debt, and you have to hope that that investment makes enough money to keep the pension fund afloat and pay off the interest on the debt bond that you took. So that's really bad. There's plenty of, and if you read my Substack, there's like Illinois, New Jersey, California, Puerto Rico. These were all places that did POBs, pension obligation bonds, and failed. So definitely a high risk investment that many people, both on the left and the right, and I have to keep saying this because someone will say, oh, she's left, oh, she's right, or she's using this. No, when you see like Justin Brannan last year and Brad Lander, who are both traditionally left, saying that this is a bad idea, and then you have like Manhattan Institute, who, granted, I'll give you, is typically not supportive of unions, but they are a conservative think tank. You have financial investors also saying, this is not a good idea. You're on the right track to keep the pensions funded. This is a good thing. And why do they look at it that way? Both sides, right? So for fiscal stability, if the pension system is properly funded and stays on the track it's supposed to, by 2032, city's paying about what, $6 to $10 billion into pension every year. By 2032, you now have a surplus in your budget of about $6 to $10 billion. What could that be used for? Funding retiree healthcare so they don't come after us again. Maybe starting to fund the future pension benefits of the next generation. This is money that labor can use rather than doing it now. Why do they want to do it now? Because they need the cash. You have the unions fighting for tier 6 fixes. That costs money. You have bills in the city council and the state that they want to say, well, you'll get that bill passed if you can give me $1 billion, like they told the UFT and DC 37 in the MLC meetings in 2014. The teachers, I'll give you that 18% raise if you give us $1 billion. So they need money for wages. They already know. The first deputy mayor was on the record saying that there's only 1% in the budget this year to pay for labor wages. The insult to even be saying that. So, you know, between wages, tier 6, the pension bills, the power respect check that the teachers want, giving them an unpensionable $10,000 boost in their income because they're some of the lowest paid workers in the city. This costs money. And this is a trade-off. It kicks the can down the road. How would this work? That's also really important to tell your listeners, because just because the mayor wants it done or the speaker wants it done doesn't mean it's going to happen. You have 5 pension systems. Yesterday, you posted a tweet about who the trustees were on the police pension board. So now let's say hypothetically, the mayor and the speaker, the city council passes this and it goes into effect. What happens? What happens is now this goes before every pension system. And those trustees now have to evaluate, do we want to do this? So now the trustees take the vote. And I think on your system, you have a majority of uniform members that kind of outnumber like the mayor, the controller, those appointed people. So they have to take a vote on this. Every pension system, 5, will have to say whether or not they agree to do it. And that's how you know that they're working behind the scenes. You saw my video yesterday where Michael Mulgrew did a video on Sunday when that New York Times article came out and said, well, I don't know what the proposal looks like. They haven't even shared it with us yet. And then 2 days later at the Tuesday press conference, the mayor goes, we're working with our brothers and sisters in labor. Really? Because the unions were just on the record saying, we haven't seen anything.
You know, I think your breakdown of amortization is great, right? Because what people don't understand is that interest is front loaded, right? And I think you broke that down. And that's why a lot of times I tell people to caution if you're going to refinance. Why are people so quick to refinance your house or refinance your car? Is because you're not necessarily getting a break. If you're extending that loan, well, you're still paying, right? And I think you brought that down really well. Could you? Because I've been on the phone constantly with cops, particularly cops, right? Obviously, because I was a New York City police lieutenant, and that's how I retired. That's my pension, and having conversations, and they just don't really understand how the pensions work. And I, like John and I have both been saying, and Marlon also, is that your pensions are not completely impervious. And I think that people are, and I agree that your pensions are pretty much protected, right, by the state constitution. But I don't think it's impossible. I think it's nearly impossible, which I don't think is good enough for me. You know, especially my pension's important, but I do think it can happen, especially if we get to that point. I think we're actually in a worse spot than we are in the 70s because the pension system is kind of a Ponzi scheme, right? We need 12 workers to support 3 guys that are retired, right? To keep that pension system going. So if we don't have enough people working, and we do have less workers, that does change the Ponzi scheme for the pension system. Could you explain for our viewers, our friends, our listeners, and for some of the people that just don't understand, could you explain some of the similarities to the pensions in New York City to if you've delved into, for instance, Chicago or Detroit that had issues with pensions? If you could explain some similarities and some differences so this way people could understand, because they look at those pensions and say, oh, we're not like Chicago, we're not like Detroit, it's completely protected. And I argue, I think they're wrong.
Well, that's really interesting because Chicago in the 70s actually modeled its constitutional protection after ours. Their constitutional protection is almost exactly like ours. And I'll tell you how it's different. Courts, the courts in Chicago, in Illinois, have taken the position that our Article 5, Section 7 that states your pension can't be diminished, that definition includes pension and healthcare. When we started the litigation back in 2021, the New York State Court, we learned over the history, did not believe that protection included healthcare, only your literal pension. So that's why when we started fighting our court case, that we learned very quickly did not cover or protect our healthcare benefits, and that those could be diminished or changed, which of course we'd still be fighting. But in Chicago, they absolutely did have a pension crisis, as did also Detroit, by the way. And how are those different? Because constitutional protections do protect benefits owed to workers and retirees, but it doesn't automatically guarantee that the government is responsible to fund those promises every year. That's why municipalities look to fund them by doing things like this. The core problem in Chicago was decades of underfunding contributions. They were skipping payments, optimistic investment return assumptions. They were not investing properly. They had growing liabilities over the same kind of period of time, political reluctance to raise taxes, which everybody does because who the hell likes taxes? Also, they didn't cut spending enough to catch up. So these were issues kind of familiar with New York, right? How did they handle it? Well, generally, they didn't solve it by cutting already earned core benefits for those workers because courts did block many attempts when they did try to do that. Illinois Supreme Court struck down the statewide pension reform. At first, I think it was 2015, that tried to reduce the cost of living adjustments and other benefits for existing workers and retirees. And Chicago also faced a lot of litigation over municipal and laborers' pension changes that were trying to be implemented. Chicago repeatedly increased property taxes, fees, and other revenue measures to try to, bring in more money. And the city also ramped up annual payments into the pension funds to try to catch up to keep the pension system afloat. They borrowed money when they had to, sometimes when they were running out and they weren't able to, the pressure to raise more taxes or try to come up with cash in other ways. And then, of course, increase those long amortization schedules where they spread the cost over many years. Why is it different from the city? Well, New York City pension systems have generally been better funded than the Illinois systems, although they're not perfect. They are definitely better. And New York City has a huge and diverse tax base, more unique than other municipalities do. So you also have that large number. I mean, we're like 8 million people in the city of New York. So that does make a bit of a difference. After the fiscal crisis of the 70s, fiscal oversight mechanisms in the city became a lot stronger. You still have a financial control board. You still have the review of the state. Chicago suffered with a lot of that. There were overlapping problems that they had. Detroit also when they went bankrupt, Detroit also went to federal court, because most municipalities don't go into bankruptcy. Bankruptcy for a municipality is not an easy thing. That's something I hope that we never have to see. But the purpose of this is to educate people as to the differences and to what the risks are. You should always make a decision knowing the risk. I mean, maybe at the end of the day, you come back and say, well, that's not so bad to do that refinance thing. I think, as long as we look at it or we watch it or we whatever, I think maybe we can accept that. But the point is you should know the risk going into it. That's, I think, the whole point is the education.
And Marianne, so delaying the pension payments, could that potentially affect the solvency of the funds?
Yes. If the market tanks, yes. Yes. These are all hypotheticals. Yes. But you should know that. Just like when you sit down with your Wells Fargo, your Merrill Lynch person, your whatever, Fisher Investments, you sit down with a financial planner, they have to tell you the good, bad, and the ugly. If they're not, or if they're guaranteeing you, look, what happens when you read in the paper about these Ponzi schemes? It's because they're guaranteeing you 21% returns when the reality is probably, I don't know, 3 to 8. And then you think you're going to get more money out of it. This is how like the Bernie Madoffs of the world go to jail. But in this situation, your pension's at stake. And we both remember in the 90s when you saw like the pilots lose their pension or systems completely fail in the private sector that don't have a pension income. I was at a bar the other day and sat next to this older guy and he's insisting with me he has no pension. I'm like, where did you work? And he said, Delta. And they took away his pension because the pension went bankrupt. I'm like, oh my God, I met a real live pilot who lost a union pilot who lost his pension. So yeah, you have to know. It's because you know what? If the pension trustees are going to make these decisions, you need to be able to have that conversation with your trustees and guide your trustees with what you're comfortable with. And then let them tell you why they're comfortable with doing it or not. This should be a team effort. You are the stakeholder.
So, I mean, that's why I don't think most cops know, and I don't think the majority of city workers know. The mayor sits on top of your pension board. Like,
yes,
his appointed commissioner for your agency or whatever sits on top of that. When it comes to the police pension fund, obviously it's the police commissioner. His appointed Department of Commissioner of Finance sits on top of that. And then you have all your union heads and 2 other members of the PBA, just because they are the largest. They are the largest of the unions. Right. But this scared me because, and I pointed that out and I said, look, if you think that it doesn't matter that he's sitting there and these unions traditionally, what we've seen, side with the mayor. I haven't really seen since Ed Mullen, I haven't seen anyone go against anything and the mayor said. I just haven't. I've seen hook, line, and sinker as far as it's concerned for the police pension union. I can't speak for the other ones. I don't know. But as far as the police unions are concerned, I haven't seen any pushback for Adams, and I'm not seeing any pushback towards Mamdani whatsoever. And this clip scared me. I just want to get your thoughts about what you think he says here.
The governor's office said that they still have not gotten language from you on the pensions amortization and on class size funding, and that has contributed to this budget delay. So why haven't you sent that language yet? And if I could also just quickly ask the speaker, I know you called for PTET in your budget response meeting, but also said that the budget gap could be closed without, sort of separate from that, that the gap could be closed without those kinds of revenue measures. So is this, or does this represent any kind of a shift in your thinking?
So I'll go first on the first question. I'll pass it over to the speaker. When it comes to the restructuring of the city's pension liabilities, or when it comes to the class size mandate, these are both conversations that we are having with our partners in organized labor. And we're having it with them to develop this language and put it forward. We're confident of the productivity of those conversations.
The governor's office said that they
I mean, I'm hearing this is a done deal. I mean, what are you hearing? We're having these conversations. We're building the language. We're having positive conversation. Like, what'd you hear there? I heard that it's a done deal and your unions are all on board.
What I heard was the governor wants to know why she hasn't seen the language for the proposal yet. So that was Tuesday. The Mulgrew video from the United Federation of Teachers came out, I think, Sunday or Monday. So, and he's saying we haven't seen the proposal. Tuesday, you hear a reporter, Nick, I guess is his first name. I don't know if it's Graber or who that is, but says the governor wants to know why Tuesday, why she doesn't have the proposal. That means the unions don't have it because Mulgrew just said he didn't. And he's the largest single vote in the municipal labor committee, one of the largest unions in the city. Tuesday, the governor, the reporter's saying the governor doesn't have it. He's working with labor. Who's he working with? Because Mulgrew is the co-chair of the Municipal Labor Committee. And just a day before, he said they've not seen a proposal. Who is he talking to? This is what makes me, could it be a done deal? I'm starting to feel that not only is this potentially a done deal, but so's Tier 6. I think they really want to get Tier 6 fixed. And I also think that they want this to help pay for it. But who are they talking with? That is the larger question, John. And I'm not hearing any of that.
Yeah, I tend to think it's a done deal too, because I think there's a lot in the revenue of the city's tax revenue that they're not talking about, largely because I think a lot of it hasn't really hit paper yet. But I'm specifically referring to the commercial real estate, and the situation with that. And for you guys who don't know, I talk about it a lot because there's a lot of losses in that industry right now. And in the post-COVID world, commercial real estate, especially commercial office real estate, has received a lot of losses. We're talking upwards of 70% discounts when being sold. And I think that the full figures haven't hit paper yet. So I think that this is already a done deal because they have to account for it in the coming years. So.
And then the other thing is, like, he just really doesn't bring any other solutions here. Like, here's one other clip. And they ask him about the other ways of funding of filling this budget gap. That Mullen just posted this.
Cameras and other things. Are any of those the kinds of things that you could adopt that would help you close the budget?
These are, when it comes to the enforcement of speeding cameras, those are things that we support as an administration. However, we're talking about a budget gap of billions of dollars. And so we are here to speak about a proposal that is at a similar scale of nearly $1 billion. And it will take all of these different options. However, it will be critical to treat this crisis at the scale that it actually exists.
Thank you. That's all the time we have.
And so, like, when I listen to him there, it's like, all right, our only options are we tax you more, and those don't meet it. So we have to go where the billions of dollars is. We can't cut anything that we're doing. everything that New York City's doing, the hundreds of millions of dollars we're spending each month, we can't cut any of that. You know, I mean, so that's scary to me. That is very scary to me. And that's why I say, like, yeah, I'm not saying, I never said your pension's getting taken tomorrow. And a lot of people got crazy when they said delay the pension payments, thinking that they were talking about them, like they're going to delay their pension payments each month. That's not what this is. This is delaying the pension payments that the city makes to your pension funds.
Right. And that's important to clarify, because we've been trying to make sure that people understand no one's stealing your pension, right? Your pension is constitutionally protected, but they will, if the city does need cash to fund the things that they've committed to, they will come after your wallet. I've been trying to speak to the mayor. He still has not answered my phone calls. You can dial 311, or if you're out of New York State, you can dial 212 New York. You can go to his website, email the mayor, and you can email him online and say, hey, and I've been doing this monthly. I'm actually going to post another video of me actually filling out the form, asking for another meeting. I do it once a month because I don't want to be deemed a stalker, but I'm requesting a meeting politely. And I'm the leader of one of the largest retiree organizations in the state. Why is he not communicating with us? Because if he did, these are some of the things that we could talk to him about, rather than him circling himself with the people who are telling him what he wants to hear. I literally just said to someone yesterday, don't tell me what I want to hear. Tell me what I need to hear, because I may not like what I have to hear, but I have to hear it because it's the best way for me to make a decision. I need for him to say in that clip before, I don't know if you played that part of it, it won't affect any worker's pension. It's not going to affect the pension that's paid out to you through the system. But once it's in your wallet, if they're going to keep charging us more to fund other things without going through the benefits, which is what we keep asking them. Go through the budget. You can go through New York City's checkbook. It's up online. You can see all the vendors that they're paying, who they're paying. We know that they've been constantly using, former Commissioner Bob Lynn. He retired at a $200,000 salary, paying him $500 an hour to still consult for labor relations. Well, if the current commissioner can't do her freaking job, fire her and have the office run by the outside commissioner. However, this current consultant who used to be commissioner, he's part of the reason you have these problems, because what happens is they're suppressing wages. He's the one that worked for the city under Koch. You're not going to change the trajectory of what labor gets when the same people for 30, 40 years are running the city's labor office. You've kept the same mentality. Suppress them below the rate of inflation. And we have memos between him and Koch where he was proud of the fact that he paid workers less than the inflation rate. That was his mark of honor. So that's not going to change when he's still in office. Dean Foulahan's first deputy mayor also did the same thing. He's also was with de Blasio when they negotiated the 2014 MLC deal, trying to force retirees into Medicare Advantage, passed co-pays and increased costs in healthcare to every single one of the workers and retirees and their dependents. And then again, as deputy mayor for the same mayor, de Blasio, thank you, in the 2018 deal with DC 37. You will not change. I know this mayor ran on the fact that he wanted to change the establishment. But then when you brought the establishment back into the House, you're not going to change the trajectory of that happening. I'm so sorry to tell you that.
Marianne, I think we kind of alluded to it, right? We just spoke about how the mayor sits on the pension, but could you actually break it down for our listeners, our friends? They just don't understand. I've been trying to explain it to people, but if you could break it down. By the way, you're getting a lot of love in the chat here. Just want to let you know, people love what you're saying, and you definitely show extreme credibility. So could you explain to our friends and listeners and the cops I've been speaking to, particularly cops, who actually controls their pension for them? Because for some, they think it's the mayor. For some, they think it's state legislature, the pension board. Could you actually break it down for them? Who actually controls it, as far as, is it the mayor, state legislature, is it the pension board, and how much influence does the mayor have over that pension?
So if you are in a pension system, the NYPD police pension system, then your trustees govern your pension. Those are the people that make the decisions on whether you're doing this reamortization or any changes that they want to make. Now, if you're an active worker in a union and that union's going, man, this pension sucks. We need to do bring tier 6 to look like tier 4. We need to change what the pension looks like. Then the unions, because pensions are no longer negotiated at the city level, they have to lobby the state legislature to change that. Now, who has influence over that? Well, because it does affect income and monies, you will probably need a home rule from the city, which means you need the council and the mayor to say, yes, they agree with it, and get the state legislature to support that. And then your board of trustees, you're showing me here, is the mayor, the police commissioner, commissioner, finance controller, and then all of your unions. So the union leadership can clearly outvote the 1, 2, 3, 4 people you have on the screen. And also all your listeners who are current pensioners or future pensioners can definitely email all these people or call their offices in the capacity of their being a board member of on the trustees. So if you all email and call them and say, we don't agree with this, we disagree with this, with the reamortization. We don't like pension bonds. Can you please, and they should answer you, by the way, and these meetings are also supposed to be public. So there should be a link somewhere on their website that you could watch these meetings. And if you're in person, I don't know how they do them, if you can submit testimony.
Which meetings should be public, Marianne?
Your pension board, your pension meetings. So back in the day when I was doing pension consulting for many different unions back in the 90s and 2000s, I used to go to NYCERS, New York City Employees Retirement System. I can go to the pension. Some of these meetings are public and some of them, they do have a private session. At the public session, you're able to watch. And if you have a concern, if they let you speak, like we had a fight to speak in NYCERS, they wanted to keep us out. And we filed arguments under the sunshine laws that they had to let us be there. Because the first time we showed up, they kicked us out. But yeah, I would ask them for their rules so that you know what the policy is to watch the trustee meetings. Like, for example, Teachers Retirement System, they actually post their live meeting online. You can click a link and watch it in real time while it's happening. Video and everything. Knowledge is power, guys. I mean, this is not something that we thought we would ever have to do, but in a time when they keep coming after current retirees and reducing what reducing the protection that we had, no union would ever come after a retiree's healthcare benefits. None of it. And it's important that you learn it. And yeah, this stuff is Greek to you. It's designed to be Greek because they don't want you to know, because if you don't know, you won't speak up. This is why it's important to have these kinds of conversations and to try to, calmly educate you as to who, what, where, why. Like, why would they be wanting to do this? What's the benefit of it? You should know the pros and cons of all this crap before someone forces it down your throat. Like when Mulgrew said the other day, the teachers union says, none of you members have to worry about this. The trustees handle it. No, that's not the right answer. You are all stakeholders because this is your pension system. You pay into it. I don't want to just give my money to a bunch of people and say, okay, I'm going to trust you to handle my future.
Marianne, this is why I love you, because that's exactly where I wanted you to go with this, and you did, because that was going to be a follow-up question. It's that people understand that these meetings are public and they should show up, just as they should show up to their union meetings. They should show up to this. This is the real pension seminar where they actually get informed. Yeah. And if you could just expand on that, I thought you broke it down beautifully. By the way, I really appreciate it, and so that people understand with that trustee and those board, how much influence does the mayor have over that, so they can really understand how it ties into it?
Everyone has influence. But look, if I believed everybody that told me 5 years ago, oh, you can't sue the city, you'll never beat City Hall, if I listened to them, you'd all be in Medicare Advantage today. So influence, absolutely. Who else has influence? Citizens Budget Commission, typically another anti-union think tank. The Citizens Budget Commission will email or message call the mayor, the council. We found documents in FOIL dumps where the Citizens Budget Commission was trying to coach labor relations in coming out against retiree healthcare bills in the state. Hey, Bob Lynn, do you know these bills? These bills would protect retiree healthcare from diminution, because we modeled our bills after the state constitution so that we don't have to keep fighting. Look, I mean, I love all of our retirees. However, I don't want to be 90 years old and flying my ass up to the city and Albany to fight to protect people. This should be something you rely on and you don't have to fight. We already fought. We already gave many of us our health to the city of New York fighting for justice and the capacity of our jobs. But yeah, I think they're if they could change the way things are, they'll probably try to do it again. And the influence comes from all different places, and it's usually done quite stealthily behind the scenes. When we found out about that pension bill being snuck into the budget last year, it was told and we found out in a very unusual way. We got a tip anonymously. Someone said, hey, you might want to look in the state budget. There's a pension bill in there that will refinance the pension debt, and it might cost you more money. I'm like, what? So, of course, on my board is John Murphy, the former executive director of New York City Employees Retirement System, because I don't know everything, and I'm woman enough to admit that, but I'm surrounded myself with people that are smart in those areas, and then they educate our board. And John says, no, you need to look at this. This could cause us problems. And while we're trying to protect our healthcare, I need to know who's working behind the scenes quietly to try to take away those benefits. In this situation, you had the mayor, who was approached by the two largest unions, so that's three parties right there. And then when we started asking those questions, you had the finance committee meetings, because this was going on in March. I think it was March 5th of 2025. And Justin Brannon, leading the chair as chair of finance, and the comptroller literally talked about this one issue. It's like a 3-minute clip we have of it, where they said, no, this isn't the time to do that. And then you have those on the right think tank saying, nope, fiscal conservatives, we do not believe in touching pensions. You're on the right track. Pensions are almost funded. Stay on track. You'll have that money later. Use it later. Go through the budget. Look for those savings. The Bob Lynn contracts, unbidded contracts. Go look in Martin Scheinman. I can't stand this guy. He's an arbitrator that keeps getting written into labor relation contracts. He makes $7,500 a day. You can't find me an arbitrator in the city of New York.
$7,500 a day. That's right.
We went to the wrong business, Eric.
You're not kidding. Believe me. You know, Marlon, before you, I just want to ask this question, if you don't mind. So I think a lot of people don't understand. You talk about NYCs often, right? And so if a lot of our viewers, there are plenty of people that are part of NYCs, but a lot of our friends and listeners are cops, and they fall into the police pension fund. Mm-hmm. Could you explain, because a lot of people don't understand, what are the benefits to being its own fund? And if are there any drawbacks? Like, would they be better off if they were part of the NYCers? Or another compromised or comprised pension system, rather than being its own police pension fund? What are your thoughts on that?
So I think it goes into like territorial issues. You have the police have their own, fire has their own, New York City teachers has their own, Board of Ed workers have their own, and all other civil service workers are in New York City Employees Retirement System. I would say there's pros and cons across that. If there was a pro, one of the pros to merging them all would be reducing the administrative fees to run all five, because right now all of those five pensions has separate investors, separate billion-dollar fees to manage those funds, right? I think it also, and the Municipal Labor Committee, some of the unions I think created this fear simply because of the way they operate. in the old days, back when we were in the union or before, the unions more got together as an organization of one big group to fight management. Now the Municipal Labor Committee fights against each other and leverages the other unions. The uniform unions are mostly smaller unions in comparison to the teachers union or district council, right? I think you have maybe 15,000 police officers, but the teachers is like a 200,000 person union. DC 37, 200,000 people. That is huge. So the leverage of the power that they would have in a voting construct in the Municipal Labor Committee, every union has one vote for every 250 members, and that structure hasn't changed since 1966. It needs to be changed, but the unions haven't fought back on that. Right now, it's just me screaming about that. So if they were to come together, there would be billions of dollars saved. Has that been one of the things that's been suggested by the Independent Budget Office? Yes, it has. Who doesn't like that? The unions, of course. The same way that their pensions are separated, your welfare funds are separated. Right now, I would bet you if I asked any city employee or union or retiree, how's your dental benefits, they would all say it sucks. But if 1.2 million people got together and all the unions put all of them together to create a real dental plan, I bet you we would have a great dental plan. Same with eyeglasses. That all sucks. DC 37, I'm a DC 37 retiree. If I needed hearing aids, I got to go to Manhattan. If you live in Florida, that doesn't really help you. So the cost structure, Eric, is one of those issues, and the unions don't want to give that up. There's a lot of mistrust, and they feel that they have a voice. Look, John put up a list of your unions on the trustees. Like you've got eight people on there. What would happen to their voices? Because right now they're your strongest advocate. If they were in a construct where UFT and DC 37 and a bunch of the others who mostly can be sheep in those situations would make those decisions, you might get leveraged. Look, when they did the NYC EPPO, who did they cut out? The Widows and Children's Fund that pays their welfare fund benefits, because the civilian unions didn't think it was so important to save it. They'll figure it out later. I don't want to see that happen. I think those are things that would have to be fixed or put in the design if they were ever to create something to come back. But right now, police stay separate, fire, teachers, DC 37, and Board of Ed.
So, Marianne, obviously, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you're saying this is not a good idea, right? You agree that this is not a good idea. The mayor should not delay the pension payments. Am I correct in saying that, right?
Absolutely. You can look up anywhere I've been. I've been on TikTok, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Substack. I do not agree with re-amateurization or pension obligation bonds.
and I feel the same. And so my question is to you this, like, you've been the loudest voice, I think, you're the most informed voice on this issue, as well as the healthcare issue for retirees. You run one of the largest retiree unions in all of the state, in all of New York State. Why is it that you're waving the flag and our unions aren't? You just said that. You just said it. You just said they're our strongest advocate, or at least they should be. But why have we not heard anything? Like, we haven't heard any. I'm sure after this episode, the SBA will put out a nice word of the email citing misinformation that's floating around. I'm sure the PBA will do something. But like, why aren't they weighing in? And shouldn't they be obligated to give their opinion publicly on where they stand to their members? Like, why is this all a secret? Mamdani's saying that they're having meetings and they're coming up with the language. And then, you have Mulgrew saying, I didn't speak to anybody. And then at the end of the day, to me, it seems like it's a done deal. Like, what do you think? Like, why, in your personal opinion, why is it you and not the active unions? I know you would have been doing it anyway, but I'm saying you are a union member. But where are they, and why are they so silent?
Well, I think, let me put this out there. Of all of the 100-something unions in the city, we as our organization have received a lot of guidance, even just listening from the uniformed unions, whether they agree with me or not at times, because we don't always agree. And I still respect that. They still listen. My vice president is Bob Ganley, who used to be SBA and former deputy PC. Between he and I and the relationships we have with the uniformed unions and other unions, we can call them up and ask them, hey, what's your opinion on this? I think they take the position, and I'm okay with that, John, to be quite honest. I'm vocal because I don't have another platform. You see me doing freaking videos on TikTok, for Pete's sake, because the mayor still won't grant me a meeting in 400 and something days. And I'm literally asking, since he was a candidate, to sit down and meet with me. Maybe the unions don't want to be public about it, and that's okay for me, as long as they're having the conversations with their members. I'm not their member, so they don't have to answer.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, these conversations are not being had with the members either. So not only are they not public, their own membership is going to listen to this podcast to get the information, and then they'll be shunned. Oh, don't worry about it, kid. We're working on it in the background. Don't worry about it. Don't listen to that. You know, it's misinformation. Like, they're not. Nobody knows. And I'm serious. Like, you know how many? It's crazy that you reached out to me, because I could show you my DMs with everyone messaging me. Could you please have Marianne on to explain what's going on? Could you please have Marianne on to explain what's going on? I could show. It's insane. Like, I was like, yeah, no, we're having her on. We're having her on. Yeah. That it's disturbing to me. It really is. It's disturbing to me. They're making a lot of money. That is their sole job, is to protect the health and welfare of their members, and they're not doing it.
Well, do what I did. You make yourself known. You've got plenty of members, men and women that live in the city of New York. I would, if these meetings are in person and open to the public, or if they're virtual, I would go. Or to the pension meetings, or if they're not open to the public and don't let you in, but you could watch them, I would start an email campaign and a calling campaign to all of those trustees on that list and let them know how you feel. You have lots of people, followers on your socials. If your members contacted them, because that's how we started. We started an Action Network, which was like an email platform. We put in all of the officials, and then all they have to do is go in, put in their name, address, phone number, whatever, and then email the trustee. And then you have a drafted prep letter that says, hi, I'm Marianne Pizzitola. I'm a retiree. I've worked for the city in this position for X amount of years. And my concern is, where do you stand on this issue of reamortizing the pension debt as well as the pension obligation bonds? I think it's important, as a stakeholder in the pension system, you tell us where you stand on that and demand an answer, because you're entitled to that. They are trustees. The trustees are responsible for the pension. They have a fiduciary responsibility. You have every right to ask that question, and they should answer. And hopefully, maybe at a union meeting, if your members are active, then they should be pressuring the leadership to say, okay, I can't get into that meeting, but can you tell us, where does the trustees stand? Because they sit on that board, so they should at least tell you that. But be polite about it. I mean, if they feel like they're going to be attacked, they're sure as hell not going to listen to you. I mean, look, I've been trying to get the TWU to talk to me. I had their members on my radio show on Monday, past 2 Mondays, talking about the issues between the differentiation of their health benefits and their pension benefits, sick days, vacation days, whatever, job protection. These are active bus drivers that are getting assaulted on the job. They want to know why their benefits are different than the rest of the union. The union won't even talk to them. So I called the union. They don't want to talk to me either. But I mean, it's a question. But now if I'm asking the union 3-4 times and they're not going on the record with me to say, hey, and politely, mind you, I mean, I'm asking them politely in an email, speaking to their comms person, and they're saying they don't even answer me back now, then that tells me they don't want to talk to us and they don't want their members to know. Now I did my job. Unfortunately, they're not going to talk to me. Now it's up to the members to hold the leadership accountable. And you do that using the power we were taught of collective action in the union is you go and you make your voices be heard. That's what you could do.
Yeah, just to go back and provide a little context on that video that John had played. So in that video, Speaker Manine she mentions a couple times how one of the revenue sources she's proposing is the traffic cameras and all that. But the reason why Mamdani says that, he says what he says, which is basically that's not enough to cover the multi-billion-dollar gaps, is because just for you guys who are watching to understand this, they've already proposed to quadruple the traffic cameras, right? Now, the traffic cameras currently provide 364 million in revenue, right? Now, you quadruple that, it's about around 1.5 billion. And right now, the comptroller is saying that they lose about 100 million on people who use fake plates and all that, right? So the point I'm getting at is, even if you do this, it's clearly not enough to cover what is currently 2.2, I believe, billion-dollar gap. The controller Levine is actually saying it's still 5 and change billion-dollar gap. So that's currently not enough. But when you zoom out and you look at the forthcoming years, you see that we still have more gaps, right? And in fact, it's projected right now that in 2027, the gap is going to be 10.4 billion, and 2028 and 29, it's 13 and 12 billion respectively. So just to provide you guys context why that is certainly not enough, and why I believe the part of the reasons why the unions are silent is because behind the scenes, they're actually negotiating. There's more going on behind the scenes, because again, these are massive gaps that need to be closed, and what's being proposed so far is not going to be enough. Okay.
I also want to put that into perspective for you. I did a video on this as well. Back in 1975, the city, I explained to you how the city said that they were in debt, right? I told you that they had poor bond ratings. No one would lend them money. No bank wanted to touch the city or offer them a loan. However, what was the deficit at the time? The deficit then was roughly $600 million. Okay. That is where that's what the city deficit was. At the time, that $600 million was 5% of the budget. Today's deficit is roughly about $4 or $5 billion. It's also 5% of the budget. We're exactly in the same place that we were in 1975, which is why I keep asking reporters on social media, why are you not fact checking this when he says that this is the greatest deficit since the fiscal crisis or the Great Recession? What is he talking about? No one's answering that question. Go back and look at the difference. We're not in any worse position than we were in 1975, except we have the benefit of being able to borrow money. We have money. We're just looking for out years to pay back our debt. This is not the question that people are asking. When they first started this budget season, they said we have a $12 billion deficit. And then overnight, miraculously, that seemed to have dissipated down to $5 billion. And then the point that you made before, Eric, they're not going through the budget to look and see where they can tamp shit down. I love movies, right? And I love that movie Dave, where it came out like, I guess, the 90s. And the president brought in his friend who was an accountant to look through the budget and cut shit back because the first lady wanted to have a homeless shelter and it was going to cost $600 million. Ironically, this number keeps coming up. And so he went through the budget, found cuts to make. Why are we not doing that? Because then we can cut out some of these things like your Martin Scheinmans, like your Bob Linds, all of these unbidded contracts and consultants that they have hired. Why aren't we looking through that and going through with a fine-tooth comb first? Because I think if you got a bunch of retirees in a room and you gave us coffee and pizza, we would help you do it before you started to do some of this crazy stuff. I think that's really the ask, and they're not doing it. And to keep saying that this is the greatest fiscal crisis ever, I don't believe that either. But it's about conversations, and they're not having that. All we're getting is TikToks and sound bites, and I need more. You need more. And I think if your members are asking those questions, I mean, don't come off as an unhinged lunatic, but if you keep asking politely in an email, in a phone call, can you please explain this? The power of our numbers between your members and ours, we have the power of social media on our side to be able to ask those questions, no matter who the question is targeted to, whether it's the comptroller, the mayor, the union leader, whoever it is, you should be able to get an answer. You know, that's called transparency.
Marianne, I think you kind of alluded to it, but I think I just want to expand on this more because you really went into depth, and you said the union is the biggest advocate. So, are ultimately our retirees, are they actually being properly represented at pension boards, or is this just being filtered through unions and city politics? I mean, what's the reality there? Because if I'm retired right now, if I say I want to be on the pension board, I can't just be on the pension board, right? I have to be a trustee. I have to be a board member. So are retirees really being represented, or is it just being filtered through city politics?
No, remember every union, every pension system has its own procedure as to who could be on there. Some of the people that you saw on that list are appointed. In some pensions, they're elected. Who has that ability to elect them? Like, for this example, a teacher's retirement system, they have three union members on that board. They're elected by the body of the teachers union. The members vote for those people. Right now, they're gearing up to re-elect certain people on that board right now. So each system has theirs. I'm not familiar as to what your process is, but I mean, hey, that's something we can look through. Let's go find your constitution or bylaws for your pension system. That's something we could look through. Look, just like we were taught by our unions when we were working to always know our contract. So we know when we're getting screwed or when management's trying to violate those provisions. If you don't know the rules, then you can't hold management accountable. You also can't find a way around them, but you also got to know them to begin with to make sure you stay in the lines, right? So this is the same thing here. If you know what the rules are, but you want to play in their game, then you've got to read how that body is governed. And if you have an ability to be on it, in some cases you're appointed, in some cases you're elected. I don't know in your situation how that works, but it's something we could, look into. If you get those documents, send them over. I'll look at them.
And Marianne, we had a question from the audience. They asked, what role does the controller play in pensions?
So he's another board member, just like everybody else. But remember, he's also a fiduciary, like each of your board members. And he also has to see what monies what the city has to put into fund the pensions, what the members are putting into the pensions. I think he's just another seat. But I'm telling you for a fact, there are people that would be like your Citizens Budget Commission messaging the trustees of the pension boards, encouraging them to see a perspective. We see this in documents that we get all the time. If you watch the TRS meetings, the current actuary, it comes to these meetings. I don't know if he's an actual board member. I'd have to go back and look because I don't remember that. But he also reports in suggesting that reamortizing is a good thing, in complete contrast to his predecessor, Mr. North, who used to be the actuary for the city. So this starts to raise red flags for me, as why is he looking at this? Just to say, hey, you got enough money in the bank, you can kick this can down the road. I'm not always so comfortable with that. Why is he doing that? Is he there as an invited guest, or is he there as a board member? The trustees as a whole, as a body, has a fiduciary responsibility to the pension system and to the members in the system. And so they are reportable to you. So if you have a concern, I don't understand why you couldn't schedule a meeting with a couple of them to voice your opinion on that. But I don't think the controller has any more power than any of the others.
Got anything, Mont?
Yeah, I kind of think when Mamdani says that it's the worst, but the fiscal crisis ever, I think he's kind of number one, he's alluding to other things that they're not talking about, like the commercial real estate problem, and two, I think that's going to be held as the sword of Damocles over the union's head, and which is why I think they're going to. I just suspect they're going to make some deal before it ever gets to the point where, like, say, we're in a situation like Detroit, where the precedent's already been set that, federal bankruptcy law and, federal bankruptcy law over state law, state constitution. So it's just my thinking on when he says that. I find it funny because Adams also said that too, that it's the worst fiscal crisis they've been through. And I just even when he said it there, I was like, initially I was wondering, like, where is he coming from? Because, that's not really, when you look at things now, you don't really see that. But when I started learning more about revenue, and the fact that the role real estate and property taxes plays in it, I have to wonder in the back of my head if they're alluding to things that they don't want to openly talk about yet. Just my thinking on that.
You mean because there's a lot of empty commercial buildings that they're not getting the tax revenue in from those renters?
Yeah. I just think I just have to wonder if they're just things like that they're not talking about, and that they don't want to openly talk about, because we've talked a lot about on here about the migrant sheltering, and how it was really that there's a lot of grift involved in that, because there's a lot of properties that like hotels that were kept afloat by the migrant money. And basically the migrants acted as kind of like a backdoor bailout of a lot of those hotels. So we've talked about it here, where I wonder if that was to keep the prices up on those properties, because once you have a lot of properties go insolvent in Manhattan, it creates like a cascading effect where the properties around them start losing value too, and next thing you know, more businesses are going out, bankrupt. So it's just a thought, my thinking when Mamdani says that, that they're just things they don't want to talk about yet, So.
Well, I think there's still ways that they can actually use those empty buildings for housing, even if they gutted the inside and made apartments in them, because typically buildings would only have like one bathroom per floor. You don't want to go back to SROs where you got flats and a bathroom on every floor. That's kind of disgusting. But I think that if they just gutted the inside of some of these office buildings, increase the plumbing, you'd give plumbers a job. So now you've got union workers, union construction trades, build more apartments. You can put union workers in these buildings, or even the general public in these buildings. It would make more sense, but they're not looking to do that. And I think that would create more of a partnership than the city is looking. I mean, you've got public housing down in lower Manhattan at Chelsea Fulton Elliott houses, which is lower income retirees, many of them city workers, who the mayor currently is trying to privatize NYCHA housing with related companies that built like Hudson Yards and such. There's got to be some way that this can all come together. And I try to educate unions that they should be investing in things like that. Some of them, like, they don't even want to go back there. But remember, it was Harry Van Arsdale from Local 3 that built Electchester in Queens. That was union-built housing for union workers that help workers get on their feet. We can still do some of that. And I think that's also the other proposal, which is the third thing we didn't discuss, but I would love to follow up with that with you in like mid-May after I meet with the city on this issue, is where they're looking to use $4 billion in the housing investment trust with the AFL-CIO. Also on the trustees is the trades, where they're looking to build housing. It increases, actually doubles the amount of money that they're looking to invest in housing. And that's not new, by the way, so don't get freaked out by that. They've been doing that since the 90s. I think it started under Liz Holtzman. But that is an investment partnership with the city and the unions, because that trust is literally held by the AFL-CIO.
No, Mary, but so sorry, just one more question from the audience for you. They're asking how what was it? I'm sorry. They asked, who decides where the funds will be investing? Now, we believe it's the board. I'm not sure, but you elaborate on that. And I think the reasoning behind that question is, we've seen over the last few years, controllers pushing their political ideology. We want to divest from green energy. We want to divest from Israel. We want to divest from Tesla. And then we've seen unions go along with that and actually divest based upon that political ideology, not really from a fiduciary standpoint. What is it that has to happen? I don't know if I'm sure you do though, but what does that vote have to look like? Is it just a vote of the majority for where that is getting invested?
Again, I'm going to go back to your bylaws. So as soon as we get that, it'll tell us what kind of a motion has to be passed or who makes those recommendations or suggestions. based on not seeing your bylaws yet, I'm going to presume that it is still a board decision. The controller who sits on that board can make a recommendation, and he could, of course, lay that out. But see, here's where things can get swayed. You asked who had influence before, Eric. And so if I'm sitting in a room, and this is where this gets all mishigas. You're sitting in a room, like the union leaders were sitting in a room, and they were giving a presentation by Aetna on Medicare Advantage. Well, Aetna is not going to tell me the cons of being forced into a Medicare Advantage. It's like me walking into a Ford dealer and asking about a Chevy. They're not going to tell me about a Chevy because they don't sell Chevys. They only sell Ford. So if you want to know about Ford, you should go into a Ford dealer. If you want to know about Chevy, you should go into a Chevy dealer and make your own damn decision, or invite both of them to the room with you so that they can make their presentations in front of each other and call each other out when they're bullshitting you. But that doesn't happen. So you're only getting one side of the story. If you're sitting in a board meeting and the controller makes a presentation that's politically engineered to do or not do something, and they're not being given the other side, then the path of least resistance, right? Are you going to ask for more work? Are you going to be the one that says, hey, all right, that sounds like a great idea. Let's just go with it. I mean, he's the controller. He knows what he's talking about. He's in charge of the city's pocketbook. Or are you going to say, hey, is there another side to this? I mean, look, you have meetings once a month that they show up to. They're from all different agencies. They have a day job. This is a once a month meeting. Yes, they have a fiduciary responsibility. But if it's coming from a reputable source, are they going to question it or ask for more information? Or are they going to do their own due diligence? So they may not be getting that, John.
Marianne, there was a question here earlier, much earlier in the conversation. I can't even find it at this point. But someone was asking, because this always comes up. I know we're talking about pensions on a whole for New York City, different agencies. We're talking about NYCers. We're talking about fire, police. But when it comes to actual police pension fund, I'm sure you speak to a lot of cops. The holy grail has been the variable supplement. And cops will, they don't even understand. They have their own math. They'll stay on the job to get their variable supplement, even if they got offered a job making $10 million a year. It's just amazing how this has been embedded in their brains. But could any reduced pensions, if that actually got a point, or in tiers, could that affect variable supplement? I don't think people understand how the variable supplement actually works.
You kind of got choppy on your question. Say that one more time.
Oh, sure. Could any reduced pensions, if it ever actually gets to that point, or any different change of tiers actually affect the variable supplement when it comes to the police pension fund?
I'm not aware of that. It could happen that way. I think that is a fixed amount, I believe. So I can do some more digging into that. You're playing on a hypothetical, but I don't think that they would be able to change the VSF.
No, I mean, to my knowledge, I think it's complete separate. I think you're absolutely right. But people have been asking about that because it's been like I said, as the holy grail. I don't think it could be affected. It's something completely different from the actual defined benefit. And I don't think people actually understand what a defined benefit is in comparison to 401k. But I think today you broke it down really good. I know you laugh because people just don't understand. Could you actually explain that, though, to some of my friends and listeners, to explain the difference? Because I don't think they really understand what the difference is between a defined benefit and a 401k.
So in a defined benefit, you are guaranteed 50% of your income, depending what pension you're on. So like, let's say your pension would be 50% of your final average salary of your best 3 consecutive years, because sometimes they're not always your last 3. So depending upon what the rules are for your pension. So then you take your final average salary, it's 50%. So that's why a lot of us try to increase what we're earning before we retire. NYCers caught up with us after 9/11. For example, my pension wouldn't allow me, as I had a lot of overtime after 9/11, would not allow me to calculate into my pension more than 10% of my income from the year before. Literally capped me out on that. And that's another way of them trying to reduce their pension costs, right? I totally get it. So in that situation, it's 50% of your final average salary. you could bank on that. Like, you know that you want to increase your income so that you're comfortable on your pension. Look, I never hide my pension. They're public, right? My pension is literally $35,000 a year. It is not a big pension. I went out on a disability income. So in able to live on that 20 years ago, I was fine. You put me in today's society, that's not easy. So
Right.
you have to prepare for that. Just because you think that your pension will sustain you, it probably won't. I had the foresight when I was working that every time I worked, I put money aside. I literally have one EE bond left inside from when I was young, and we used to buy bonds every week with my money. I also had a financial planner that my neighbor told me, like, you should go invest your money. I was like, I can never afford to do that. Are you crazy? But they taught me that if I put in, and the city also has a deferred compensation. I used to have a chief that would say, hey, Marianne, this is retired Chief McCarthy. Have you invested in the deferred compensation? I was like, what are you, nuts? Like, I'm not even bringing home $1,600 a month. And he'd say to me, no, it reduces your taxable income. You can do this. If you save $100, you'll only feel 40. And I was like, oh, hell no. But he was right in that it saved for my future, because if I didn't have that, I'd probably really be hurting today. The 401ks is not defined. It's like a glorified savings investment platform. Should you still have one? I think you should, but it adds on top of your investments. You cannot rely that your pension will sustain you. I'm going to tell you right now, your pension does not keep up with inflation. When you do retire, your active workers need to hear this. Oh my God. Your pension will not keep up with inflation. You are not getting raises. So when you retire, your pension after the 10 years, you will be entitled to a cost of living adjustment, which is only 1 to 3% of the CPI, Consumer Price Index, on the first $18,000 of your pension. And that's if you're making an $18,000 pension, because sadly, we still have top paid cops and firefighters that worked in the 70s whose pensions are like, under that $18,000 mark. Today, some of them are making like $26,000 pensions. So your top pay this year, if you were at $18,000, you made a minimum of $18,000, you got a cost of living adjustment of what, 1.2%? That's $18 a month. With the damn copays they're charging you, the cost of fuel, the cost of eggs, the cost of groceries, all the other shit, there's no way that your pension is keeping up. So you have to do whatever it is that you can to save on top of your pension. I'm not in agreement with transferring people over into a 401k. I think if they had the option, they wouldn't. I mean, when we were on the job, and I don't know if that was your experience, but I was also in the union, we had people not even joining the union and not even joining the pension. And we were like, are you out of your mind? Because something can happen to you tomorrow and you're screwed. You don't have a pension to rely on. So I was always one of those people that tried to make sure that I protected my future, because I didn't know what would happen. I liked the excitement and the activity of the job, but I also recognized the inherent risks that were there and know that we did take risks. So I wanted to make sure that, God forbid, something did happen. So I do have investments. I have my retirement fund. I have my city pension. You'd have your Social Security. Protect what you can and invest to protect you. But the major difference is it is defined. You know, when the day that you start, when you're 20-something years old, when you leave the job after 20 or 30 years, you know exactly if your salary is $50,000, you're making 50% of that. If you stay for 20 years, you stay another 5 or 10, whatever your pension allows you. Your max out is 30 years. You'd get whatever, 66% of your pension. Salary, defined. You know exactly the number that you will take home when you finally pull the plug.
Yeah. That was a great point, Marianne. I think we have a lot of cops on this job who don't understand inflation, and we talk about it a lot, and I've talked about it a lot with cops, and a lot of them are just sitting back and thinking their pension is going to be enough, and they don't invest and they don't pay attention to this stuff aside from the pension. So
no, you have to protect yourself. You do.
Yeah.
So Mary, I appreciate you being generous with your time. Is there anything you wanted to highlight that we didn't ask you?
Our healthcare fight is still going on, and our organization is NYCretirees.org. Please head over to our website if you support what we're doing, which you should, because we're still fighting to protect you from not being forced into Medicare Advantage. That is another case that's still going on, and the copay case is still going on. If you are a current Medicare retiree and you've been retired since even after 2022, so from 2022 forward, the city illegally charged you copays on the senior care plan, Medicare senior care. We are asking all retirees that were on senior care, please start to look at whatever doctor appointments you had from January 1 of 22 to January 12th of 23. Try to find all of your receipts or proof of payments for those copays, because we're looking at settling this case. And if we do, you will be getting money back. Now, don't get freaked out, because if this does happen, you'll of course hear me everywhere say this, and then you will be sent letters from the insurance company that will say, hey, John, you had this many appointments, boom, 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 from 22 to 23. If you could provide us with proof of payment for all of these, then you will get a check. And so there's also provisions if you can't find that, but it's potentially a reduction. So talk to your spouses and look through your receipt books, look through your doctor appointments. You're not going to find most of these appointments online on Emblem's website, because it's already past that 24-month period. But if you recall that, or at least get in the frame of mind that you've got to do this, because if we can settle those two cases, that would be really great. We're still fundraising because we're trying to do legislation in both the city and the state to protect your retiree health care so that you're not forced into Medicare Advantage ever again, as well as also to stop these damn copays that they forced on us. Is Marianne's origination?
Yes.
Yes. So NYCretirees.org. It's really simple. Go there. You can donate. You can sign up for our newsletter. We send out a newsletter like once a week. We are a 501c5, which is like a union. We are not a tax deductible organization like your union isn't, but that's how we operate. The IRS didn't think we were charitable enough, even though we all work for free. Not quite sure what that threshold was, but we really fought that hard.
Hey, we got a lot in common over here.
Yes. And this is, you've got some union presidents that make $500,000. I'm breaking my ass on this shit for 5 years now, and I get paid nothing. But yes, thank you for asking.
Yeah. Marianne, I want to thank you, first of all. I think your knowledge of the pension system and what the risks are exemplary. And a lot of people don't understand this. This is far beyond any pension seminar that a cop could get, or a fireman, or any city agency, by listening to Marianne Pizzitola. So I want to thank you for coming on here today. Thank you for spending your morning with the Finance Unfiltered. Super informative. And if you're watching this now and you missed the live of Marianne really explain the pension system, what the risks are right now and the state of it, and the comparison similarities to 1975, I think were fantastic. The comparisons you made, similarities and differences to Detroit and Chicago, are really important for people to understand. And I think these were some great responses you gave. I really appreciate it. Marianne, thank you so much for spending the morning with us. It's now almost 2 hours into it. You spent about an hour and a half with us. I really appreciate it. So anyone that's here, like, share, and subscribe. And as Rob Lukash, by the way, that's he's from the Finance Unfiltered, asked that question. He's a brother to ours. Great question. So again, plug away so people can donate to you. And if you can tell them how they can find you on social media and connect with you, maybe they can go to one of these public meetings.
Yes, thank you. And you also had a question about which organizations are supporting us. So your National 1013 support us. Most of your 1013 support us as well. Your RSA supports us. Your Lieutenants Retirees supports us. We get a lot of love from the retirees organizations. The active unions, most of them uniform, do actually help us. You can find us. Our website is www.nycretirees.org, nycretirees.org. It's really simple. And on social media, NYC Retirees. On YouTube, we do a Friday show every Friday, usually at 5 o'clock. You can always catch us there. If you miss it, you can always replay it like this podcast. Actually, John taught me how to do podcasting, so my hat's off to you. He started.
Outstanding.
He did. And I used to call him for tips when I first started. And then on Twitter, on Facebook, on Instagram, on Threads, and I'm even on TikTok, usually there to throw a little bit of shade. Also, please use the power of your voice. Call 311 if you're in the city. It's this 311 service, right? But you can tell them, hey, why aren't you speaking to Marianne from the New York City retirees? You should call her. Email him the same thing. We're putting the pressure on him now because he needs to have this conversation with us. And we want him to hear the concerns that retirees have. He shouldn't just be hearing from labor. We're retired labor. We have a voice and we're going to use it. And this is part of how you can do that.
So you know what then,
like and retweet.
Marianne, last question though, because it kind of rings to me after you said that just now. But you said 2032 was the projected plan. What do you envision though for 2032? What type of tiers will we be in? Could there be a tier 10? Could be, I know it sounds crazy. Could there be a tier 20? What's that?
Bite your tongue. No. No. I want it. I don't even want to go down that road, but I do have a 10 o'clock.
Well, what do you foresee? Since because that's the reality. We have to think about is what's the projected plan. What do you foresee for 2032 or even beyond?
I have no idea what they would want to be doing for pensions. I want to get them to protect us.
Yeah.
I don't even want to go down that road, Eric. I would need more coffee in another hour, and I got 10 o'clock I need to go to.
All right, Marianne. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thanks for coming on.
Thank you.
Ciao.
Later. All right. That was awesome. That was good. That was
She's
good,
great.
people.
She's great.
Yeah. And you guys who are watching this right now, you have no excuses, especially you guys who are retired. You need to go to that website. You need to donate if you can, and pay attention to what Marianne is doing, because again, she's fighting for your retirement.
You know what's a big takeaway? I think also that cops don't understand. I mean, obviously, all pensions, but a big majority of our friends are cops, and they're really concerned about their pensions. Is how much the unions have a say or a play involved in the pensions. That's the part here, right? They're the biggest advocate. So if you have questions about your pension, you should be knocking on your union's door, right? It's kind of 2-for-1 deal. Find out what's going on with your union and your pension, because they have a big say. I mean, John, right? I mean, we and the funny part is, I'm glad she said it, because you and I particularly have been saying this for almost 4 years, how your union has a big say in your pension. Why are you not asking your union? But she put it out here today.
I've been saying it since I'm on the job. They treat us like a bunch of morons, and that's it. And we all run to our delegates, who are also treated like a bunch of morons, and like they don't know anything. They keep you completely in the dark. No one knows how any of this works. Immediately after getting off here, I'm foiling the bylaws for the pension fund, like immediately. Like, this is unbelievable. I was like, wow, I can't even believe I don't know this. And she's like, oh, you need to know, right? And I'm like, oh, yeah. That's true. We should know, and the same goes for all your unions. Like, if you're a member of the PBA, the DEA, the SBA, the CEA, the LBA, why don't you have your pensions why don't you have your union's bylaws? Why aren't you handing that as pawn membership? Why was that like a big secret, Pat Hendry? Right? Why was that a big secret during election time? Oh, that's right. We know why, right? We know why. So, yeah.
Well, so the reality is, right, John, what do we offer here? Marlon, same thing. Oh, listen, the unions settle contracts, right? And guys are mostly, they become hyper-focused on the contracts. But the reality is, the unions have a big say on your pension, not just your contract. You should be asking them. I never, what? That's why, Marianne, if you're still listening, thank you so much. Appreciate it. I really dived into the pension. I know a lot about the pension system, but I never knew that we could actually get the bylaws for it also. That actually is a big takeaway I got today. So I want to try to get those also. That was extremely informative. It just makes you think, wow, not only are the unions, right, responsible for the contracts, but they're really responsible for your pensions. That's big.
Sick. All right. So we just found out that right, the city wants to quadruple the amount of speed cameras in there, and basically they're going to lower down the speed limit. That's their next goal, is to get the speed limit in New York City down to 10 miles an hour everywhere, and have basically every borough, including Manhattan, totally camered up, and everywhere you go, you'll be issued a summons in an effort to generate money, right? They'll quadruple it. Like Marlon said, it'll be about $1.2 billion at the current system. Now, if you lower the speed limit, it's going to generate a lot more money than that.
Good point.
right? It's going to generate a lot more money than that. Currently, in the assembly, they're trying to force the super speeders bill into a vote and into legislation, and they're using police officer James Giovansante as the poster boy for doing so. Super speeders bill puts a piece of technology in your car if you're issued 16 speeding summonses from cameras. We believe it's highly problematic because, again, there's a reason when you get these violations, they do not go on your license. It's because, in fact, they cannot prove it was you. Unlike some other grifting podcasters who will do anything and say anything their lawyers tell them to do, we're actually going into the legal ramifications of it and the administrative ramifications of it. So we're talking wholly on how wrong it is currently and how wrong it would be in the future. So in a future where you could potentially be labeled, and even now you could be labeled as a super speeder, as reckless, and people want you to get fired from your job for doing 21 in a 10-mile-per-hour zone at 11 p.m. at night when no one's around. And that is New York City's future, is you're all just going to be a bunch of super speeders who are reckless and all should be in jail and lose your jobs at any moment in time. The minute you're deemed a dissident, maybe you don't believe in sticking yourself with a medical intervention that you already have the natural provable antibodies for, or for any other reason. So Streets Blog came on here. They reached out, and immediately after they reached out, we hung up, and I said, they're definitely going to do a hit piece on us. Like, that was the reason they wanted to come on here, because it made no sense. They didn't need us for the reach, because the article about James Giovansante as an NYPD officer amassing 572 summons was viral already. It had millions and millions of views. I'm like, they don't need us to get it viral. It's already viral, you know? And so this was the follow-up article. Now, I don't believe it was a hit piece, although I do think they have really, really bad take. And I think, I think we destroyed the super speeders bill, and I think we destroyed legally the argument against James Giovansante. And you can see here, this is the photo they use, Eric and Shell together. And I think that was totally intentional.
My boy Shell.
Yeah, I think it was totally intentional.
Oh, absolutely.
And so there was a lot of voices in there. So we'll go through the article, but what do you guys think before we go through the article?
Well, first of all, I just want to say that I think after listening to Marianne, I think that the sit and Marlon, when we talk about the cameras and how much revenue it generates for the city, I think Officer Giovansante should get an award for how much money this car has generated. And I say this car, not him. We don't know who's driving the car, but how much this car has generated the city in revenue. He should actually get an award and say thank you for your contribution to the city's revenue. With 500 some odd tickets, according to JK Trotter with his awesome T-shirt or striped shirt, he should get an award for how much money he's actually contributed to the city's revenue. There's no doubt about it. It's outstanding. I think, and personally, I think the reason why they put my picture, because they want to make the correlation that cops are not held accountable, right? They consider me as the most complained cop, and as many people have called for me to go to prison and other crazy type things, and I think that's the reason why they put my picture in the car.
You broke up, dude. What'd you say?
I think it's.
Who broke up? I broke up?
Yeah,
you broke up.
Oh, I said, ultimately, I think the reason they put my picture there is to make the correlation that cops are not held accountable. I definitely see that as the subliminal message.
Yeah, it absolutely is. It's a campaign because, look, they dropped the article, and then all of a sudden we see the DOT parroting the same message as transportation alternatives. And we see the internet is now, we see a lot of these fake accounts who come on and then they repeat the same talking points, and they call you some name, but they never you never have a genuine argument from them or a genuine conversation with them, even though you present facts to them. It's all a sustained campaign. And so again, we just want to remind you guys that yes, the city is quadrupling its cameras, right? And we showed you the video earlier of Speaker Manine mentioning it numerous times, right? there are other parts of the video where she keeps bringing it up. She calls it revenue raises, right? So this is on the way, and this has actually been on the way for a while because again, they all know the situation the city is facing in terms of loss of revenue and budget gaps. So as you can see, this was on its way since 2024. However, as of this year, the city has actually finalized a contract with one of the companies involved called Vera Mobility. You know what's curious enough about Vera Mobility? Well, one of the investors in Vera Mobility includes Tower Research Capital. And just so you know, Tower Research Capital is the hedge fund of Mark Gorton, who is the founder of Open Plans, which is the parent company of Streets Blog. He's also an investor in transportation alternatives. Okay, so again, it's all one giant grift, and it's all one influence campaign to push the state legislatures to sign off on this. And we've talked about it before. There are massive Fourth Amendment. There's also some Fifth Amendment, Sixth and 14th Amendment concerns in all of this, but these are clearly being ignored because, again, desperation for revenue on the city's part. So,
yeah. So, I mean, right when you go through the article, it's funny. A lot of people make claims that, we have fake subscribers, even though we're willing to show all of our analytics for not only YouTube, but all of our social media. And that same clout chasing, grifting fraud of a podcaster that has a ponytail, Sal Greco, and coward too. Cause I don't want to say that. Cause Sal, you're a fucking coward. Let's get that straight. And anytime you like Madison Square Garden, Yankee Stadium, the park, I'll come down to Miami. You just let me know, bro. Anytime. Just let me know, you fucking coward. But anyway, excuse me. So the article comes out, and it's based solely in emotion, something that we're consistently accused of. They take talking points from cops that aren't thinking, and supposed attorneys that protect people from overreach and overstep from their employers and from the government, supposedly, and they have them react emotionally to it. This cop has 547 speeding tickets and red light tickets. What do you think? So this is the original statement from Sal Greco. His speeding is ridiculous. Who allowed this? Sal Greco, a former cop and podcast host, told Streets Blog in a TikTok video. Greco added, "It's wrong that a police officer has the attitude of who cares, because it's not a good look on the department. A lot of people speed, but if you're a police officer, it's a really shady thing to do." So totally emotional statement, not based in fact, not based in law, not based in reality. I watched the TikTok video where Sal goes on to say that you can't say that he wasn't behind the wheel, you can't say that. And no, actually, Sal, you can say that. And that's why he doesn't have a fucking point on his driver's license, because you can actually say that. And the thing that already happened to him was these are all settled matters, because there were violations issued to his vehicle. He settled them through payment of fine. And now you have people that don't understand the law. They want this civil matter to be reopened, and they want him to be held accountable for what? So paying $36,000 wasn't holding the registered owner more accountable? So I don't know. What do you think about this? In my opinion, this is an emotionally charged statement, not based in fact. The furthest thing from fact-based analysis, which is often heard on that ridiculous podcast.
Well, first of all, it's not based on fact or evidence. It's completely based on emotion, and it's based on his own opinion and perspective. He has a right to his opinion, but I think his opinion is flawed, because here's the reality. Are camera tickets a fair measure of reckless driving? Let's be honest. Are they a fair measure? And I would say absolutely not. What J.K. Trotter doesn't tell you about is we're not measuring. What about someone that drives on a highway where the speed limit is 55 and they have gotten numerous summonses for doing over 100 miles an hour. Now, how can we actually make a comparison to that driver to the car that belongs to Giasfonte? Because we're talking about streets where 10 miles an hour, 15 miles an hour, 20 miles an hour, where if you're in a 6,000 to 10,000 pound vehicle, that even with your foot off the gas, you have to ride the brake down some of these streets. Now, some of these streets have gotten ridiculous, right? Where it comes to school zones, that you have a long stretch at 15 miles an hour. 15 miles an hour on a regular roadway is absolutely ridiculous. Now, I often listen. I talk about this. I've been traveling my RV for about 4 years right now, for almost 4 years. And most when you go to RV resorts, the speed limit is about 5 miles an hour because large trucks that are in there, small areas people have to park, and kids playing. But that's highly different. But I just did the test just to see myself. And I said, let me try it, because driving 5 miles an hour in these on an RV resort, when you're moving your truck or an RV, it's really hard to maintain that speed. But it's meant for a purpose. It's a small area without riding the brake. So I just drove through the other day after we had this conversation and took my foot off the brake just to see what happens. And I ended up going about 7 miles an hour. Now, is that someone that's reckless? Because I think this is the comparison also to Giasfonte here. We're talking about locations where 15 miles an hour, 20, 25 miles an hour. Is that really speeding? First of all, there was a time where it wasn't 25 miles an hour. The threshold was 35 miles an hour on most New York City streets. So has there been a change? And that was kind of the questions we asked. And we haven't heard from J.K. Trotter. Have lives been saved? Has there been far less accidents since it's been and this era has started with former Mayor Bill de Blasio and this Vision Zero that we have right now for New York City? Has there been less car accidents? Has there been less fatalities, less injuries on streets that have 10 miles an hour or 15 miles an hour in comparison to 25 and 35 that we had before? And the answer was no, right? Because he said he couldn't give an indication of what kind of accidents are happening. So we haven't seen better as far as public safety. So this completely comes down to revenue. So is Giasfonte, this is a very simple question, is he a reckless driver? Rhetorically speaking, if every one of those summonses, and to this day we cannot say it was him, if it was him, is he a reckless driver? And the answer is no. What's reckless is the legislation that has made city streets, the mileage per hour and the expectations is absolutely ridiculous. To expect someone to drive 10 miles an hour on some of these streets or 15 miles an hour is absolutely ridiculous. And if it was really a concern, you would put various obstacles, such as speed bumps or other various obstacles to actually slow a car down or stop them. But this just comes down to revenue completely. So this is emotion driven. And I don't believe, even if it was Giasfonte driven that car, that J.K. Trotter and Streets Blog has made the case and proven that Giasfonte is a reckless driver.
I just think there's a lot of there's a lot of disingenuity about these conversations, because I think the people who are on the side of Streets Blog and their whole idea that this cop should be punished, I think you look behind them and you see they have stakes in this, or they're connected to people who have stakes in this. Now it doesn't surprise me that Sal takes that viewpoint because listen, he's not on the network anymore. He's aligned with Sanders. He's clearly shifting more towards the progressives and getting people on that side, on his show or in his corner. And he's again sunken cost fallacy. He picked a side, so now he has to get deeper into that side. Okay. And because I think in a lot of ways he's kind of destroyed his cop audience. Okay. A lot of the stuff he's posted are like, again, they're TMZ-ish. All right. But it's not just him. There are other people too. I've had this back and forth with Serena Townsend herself. And and again, she's now getting national notoriety. And getting interviews on things like CBS. So I have to wonder, is this conversation I'm having is it a genuine conversation, or are you now compelled to bring up talking points that are left leaning, that are leaning more towards that side? Because if you pick a side that's more measured or might be interpreted as being pro cop, are you no longer going to have that interview on CBS? Are you no longer going to get that national notoriety that you are now, right? But yeah, the arguments they're presenting to us, to me is bonkers, because in certainly her case, she defends clients from who certainly feel that the state has not given them due process. Okay, so how are you, like, which one is it? Which lane is it? Okay, I thought it was your job to defend against due process. Same thing with Sanders, because we've seen Sanders started dipping his toe onto that side as well. So I thought your job was to defend against the state denying due process to your clients. Here you are now pushing for due process to be declined against a cop. Do we think that after the state has done this to the cop, they're not going to move on to civilians? You need to zoom out long term and see what these hedge funds and guys like Gordon are trying to do. Okay, they're trying to push us down the road to a society where due process is automated and we get the human out of the process. And again, I don't know if I've said it here, but that's unconstitutional. You need human beings in the process to provide context. You cannot automate due process.
But who allowed this to happen, Marlon? I think maybe it was the soccer mom. Maybe it was the soccer mom. Like I don't even know what that statement means. Like, who allowed it? Who allowed what? Someone to get a violation? God, that's who. Free will, it's called, Sal. In case you didn't know. The soccer mom can't control free will, in case you didn't know. He wants her to know everything that's happening, everyone who's sleeping with each other. It's like it's just insane. It's just the most emotionally driven assessment of anything, and that's all you get out of that. It's just emotion. And I know I'm pissed saying it, but it's because it just does not meet any form of logic or any form of rationality whatsoever. And then NYPD spokesperson would not say whether the department intended to discipline Gio Vincente, but pointed out that his speeding tickets were not related to his job or duties in the department. The NYPD routinely punishes cops for off-duty behavior. Again, these were settled matters. There is nothing against this in department policy. However, they're looking to get him with conduct unbecoming of an officer, even though they can't prove that one of those times he was behind the wheel, which is why he has no points on his license as a result of that. This one really bothers me, said retired cop Jay Gatling. The department needs to step up and act. Higher standards aren't optional for those who wear the shield. Again, there's no higher standard that's being met here. Retired detective and legendary whistleblower, friend to the finest unfiltered, Frank Serpico, got into the fray. This is unfucking believable. I thought it was fake news. Again, emotionally charged. Here comes Mike Alcazar, friend to the network's been on here before. Mike Alcazar retired from the NYPD in 19, now teaches criminal justice at John Jay, said that a case like this should prompt serious internal discipline, not because of one violation, but because of what the overall pattern suggests about the officer's accountability and judgment. And now, while I disagree with Mike, the difference between disagreeing with Mike and Jay and Serpico is this. It's how they really feel. It's their opinion. That's okay, right? That's okay. But when you sit behind a microphone, unwilling to debate your points, unwilling to come on here and talk the smack under your sly little sneaky voice and say things like Pony Sal Greco wears, like ponytail wearing Sal Greco does, it's totally different. It's your opinion. You're entitled to it. It's okay for us to argument. We have opposing views on here all the time. But to sit there and make like a little sly comment that like, oh, you're almost at 7,000 real subscribers. First of all, you're only there because of us. That's the only reason you even have 7 subscribers, because we remember what that was like before we helped you build, right? And before we brought you on and had you come on the show, right? But the thing is, again, we could post our analytics, but you won't. You won't do it, because if we did, you'd see a big problem with your actual numbers, which is probably why you hide how many likes you get on Instagram, because you don't really ever get any unless you collab with people that actually people do follow and engage with, unlike yourself. So anyway, the debate is coming on the backdrop of high-level negotiations in Albany over a state bill that will require recidivist speeders to install a device inside their car to prevent speeding. Such a device would have blocked Gio Vincente's speeding 4 years ago. So it wouldn't have blocked the speeding. It would only have slowed down the car. It wouldn't have slowed down the driver. So it's like saying, well, this gun was used in a couple of murders, so we're going to put a limiter on the amount of bullets it fires. But the person who fired that gun has access to just go use another gun. So it makes absolutely no sense. And then they say retired cops come to the defense. And this is the part that I take issue with what Streets Blog says, because it's honestly, it should have been written about your argument about why the super speeders bill is necessary and your argument about police officer James Gio Vincente. Still, several other retired cops formulated a convoluted and contradictory defense that echoed their former employee's official response. Gio Vincente's violations are not worth covering, and we do not know if he was the one driving the truck, so it violates his due process rights to assume he was driving. So that wasn't, it was partially correct, but what was contradictory about what we said is that as an American, when you're accused of anything, you are entitled to due process. And as an American, you're entitled to Fourth and Fifth Amendment protections. That's not a convoluted and contradictory response. That is a fact American, right? And if you think, how would they react if we were to do that to someone that raped or robbed a woman? How would Serena Townsend react if I was to make these same claims about a person who was never found guilty of raping and robbing a woman, but 547 times they were accused of it? How would you react, Serena? I think you would react a lot differently to how the way you reacted, and so like to me, when I listen to all this again, I think that he had no argument here at all, and there is no argument. And if you guys are going to push down this thing that, yeah, he's a reckless super speeder, then ultimately you're saying you also are a reckless super speeder, and you want them to be able to come into your vehicle, stick technology in your vehicle, and limit the speeds that you're at. So,
well, again, thank you to the Finest Unfiltered for foreshadowing what's coming ahead. And we've been telling you to move the needle, you need people that are mostly driven, who have a bias in disdain for policing. I often say it. I say it quite often. I'll say it again. Policing is the most tangible form of government. How do you change the agenda? You need to move the needle with government. And with people having a bias and disdain towards policing, they're not giving it a fair shake, because we're still not talking about the number one speeder. We're not talking about what did the number one speeder attribute. What are his contributions to potentially making change and actually driving the super speeder forward? But instead, we've put so much emphasis on the number two speeder car, because again, we don't know who's in that car, and is he actually speeding? We're talking about streets that have 15-mile-an-hour speed limits, 25-mile-an-hour speed limits, and the threshold is 11 miles over. So if he's going 25 miles an hour on some of these streets, try it yourselves in New York City. Go down some of these streets with your car, and you'll see that trying to maintain 15 miles an hour, especially when he's telling us also, is most of these summonses were 11 o'clock at night, and he's talking about school zones. As far as I'm concerned, my kids aren't going to school at 11 o'clock at night. We're talking about streets at 15 miles an hour. So where is the correlation? Again, it just shows that these things are more revenue-based than they are for public safety. And I think J.K. Trotter didn't make a good argument, which is why they're saying ours is convoluted because it comes from a base position of fact and actual analysis based on public safety. We asked him if it was tested, but instead it's just completely emotionally driven and still driving the force by using the number 2, which is a cop. And that's how you move the needle. And unfortunately, the people that they ask questions are emotionally driven also because they're jumping to conclusion and not putting themselves in that same position. And it shows that we have people on the left that don't care about the Constitution anymore. These are amendments. These are your amendment rights. These are the Bill of Rights that are rights to you that people have fought and died for. Your First Amendment rights, your right to free speech, right, your Second Amendment, and especially your Fourth and Fifth Amendment rights. You have a right not to incriminate yourself. The best option is, why do they have to speak to you, JK? Why does this cop have to defend himself when he may not be the driver? So why should he speak and ask any questions? It can only do any harm and not do any good. So apparently what JK is saying and Streets Blog is saying that no longer is the Fifth Amendment actually applicable, that you not answering questions gives a sign of guilt. And if we go by that, we might as well lock up almost every person that goes on trial, because in most cases where people go on trial, they utilize their Fifth Amendment. And this is what people are: anti-Constitution, anti-things that make sense to push the needle. And it's ultimately about getting rid of cars. So what do? We get people emotionally driven who have a bias and disdain towards cops. We have people that are out there that are getting clout by being anti-cop, even though they wore the uniform. Doesn't mean they were the uniform. Some of those wore the uniform, but they weren't actually the uniform. They didn't actually do the job. They just wore the uniform. And so this is completely emotionally driven. And how they move the needle again, they put my picture there, right? Because it's subliminal message that cops are not held accountable. And what they're trying to say is, I wasn't held accountable, and put Giasfonte in the same box. Absolutely the most ridiculous thing. And John, I believe you said it on the last episode, so kudos to you, where John said, and I say he's right, that everyone is entitled to due process except if you're a cop. So the fact that he's a cop, he swore to the Constitution, but the Constitution doesn't apply to him.
Volume, mic's off.
Yeah.
There
The
you
main point here is that they're trying to twist. Just for you, Maddie, is that they're trying to twist. You see, they're trying to go around and run around the Fourth Amendment. Okay, and they want to twist the vehicle getting the ticket into the who they presume is the owner into getting punishment. And the reason why they're trying to do that, so you guys understand this, is that the world that they want for us is a world akin to what's happening in China. Now, China doesn't have our Constitution or our Bill of Rights. In that country, the speeding camera takes a picture of your car, you get the ticket. Okay, you get a ticket. So they don't have due process as we have it. Okay, and the only way to get that similar expansion of that technology into America is if we go around the Constitution, because again, the Constitution is such a brilliant document that the founding fathers put in their provisions that really protect us in, hundreds of years after the fact. Those provisions will still protect us because they look out. It's such a brilliant document. And the people that are mentioned in that article, again, even like Alcazar, he's tied up in the academia, and academia is part of the progressive industrial complex. If he takes a position that's interpreted as pro-police, okay, how will academia treat him?
Well, he does take pro-police positions a lot, though, like in his defense.
Well,
I personally just think he's reacting on emotion in this. Like he's quoted almost every week, and he usually is completely aligned with us. I just think that he got hooked on 547. Oh my God.
Well, let me add a caveat there. I think there's so much money involved in this that if he takes, call me conspiracist, but I think there's so much money involved in this that if they take a position on it, it's detrimental to them, being in the progressive industrial complex. you know, because again, you know, a lot of these hedge funds, these tech firms, they're all involved in the baseline technology, and they all are pushing us towards this society where, again, this is why they need all these data centers, okay? Because all of these things are going to be connected through AI, and you know, they're going to need these data centers to process all that information.
Sick, dude. And then in it create 2026 is really turning out to be some year though. I got to be honest, you know. And so, and then Shell is the voice of reason on here, I believe. One of the highest ranking former officials, John Shell, is the human embodiment of the conflict within the NYPD writ at large, saying that he's not held accountable. In a conversation with Street Blog, Shell, who retired in 2024 after serving as chief of department, provided a rare window. Actually, he did not retire in 2024. It's 2025, actually, but whatever. I'm not the editor, right? But obviously your editor's not too good at this. Provided a rare window into the pendulum of accountability swinging inside the minds of NYPD top officials. First, Shell wondered if, in fact, Giovante was, in fact, reckless driver, given that the school zone are triggered if a driver exceeds the post speed limit by more than 10 miles per hour. So if you're doing 11 miles over in the speed limit to the tune of 31 in a 20 or 36 in a 25, is that truly reckless? Shell asked rhetorically. And, you know, obviously he gets most of his talking points from the Finest Unfiltered, and that is the correct argument, though. Does that mean that you're reckless? And it doesn't. Does that mean that he was behind the wheel? No, it doesn't. You know, so we're talking reckless, we're talking danger. And then again, if you guys go back to that episode, I clearly asked him, how many 911 calls were made about that vehicle? Oh, I don't know. How many accidents was he in? I don't know. But statistically, it's the probability is that he has been in an accident or will be in an accident. So it's like, all right, but what does that have to do? How does statistically and probability play in a criminal court? So why doesn't it matter now? And that's what they're trying to say is that, well, you know, the NYPD can circumvent crime and they could just do what CCRB does. And they could go after you on administrative evidence, even though they don't have any evidence of it. And they have no really grounds to even stand on, and just say, well, more than likely, based on the preponderance of evidence, which means that more than likely it happened than it didn't, based on their opinion, not on fact or evidence, that they could crush Gio Vincente. And that's what they're calling for here. And he says the former third-ranking officer in the department argued that Gio Vincente's speeding tickets should not concern the NYPD. If he's getting caught in violation and he pays the fine, he's not in our ears. That's a personal matter. That's his private time. But Shell admitted Gio Vincente needs a talking to. If I'm his commanding officer, I might just have a conversation with him because he's not breaking NYPD policy. It's just like he was parking illegally every night at a fire hydrant. It's wrong. But if he's paying the subject, if he's paying his summonses, what are you going to do? Then, most surprisingly, Shell endorsed hiking the fines for $100. No, by 100 or 150%. Jack up the speed camera fine. And this is where he goes off script and he stopped following the Finest Unfiltered. And he showed why he should never be the mayor because he's not really.
Is this when he left the bar?
Real well thought out. He says, jack up the speed camera fine and make it higher. You make it higher, I'll be triple checking. I don't want to pay $100 or $200. I would absolutely be in favor of that. Shell 2029. And then they posted all of you guys in the chat. It was Jason was in there, Victor, the Black Rain, I don't know, My Visual Zone, Kenneth Flores, New York City 26, and Labro. Labro the hater.
Labro the troller. Yeah.
Congrats, Labro. You made it.
You know, first of all, it's the most ridiculous thing because we're not concentrating on who is the number one speeder. We still, I think that Street Blog has failed on their reporting. They still have not reported the number one speeder. And I don't even care who the number one speeder is and I say the number one speeder for the car who generated the most tickets. The bottom line, the question is, what I want to know is who is number one? How many tickets did they generate? And here's the question. Did they pay those tickets? Now, if they paid those fines, if they didn't pay those fines, that's where we should take issue to. Because as far as Giasfonte being the registered owner, right? He's the registered owner. He showed responsibility. So they're saying potentially conduct unbecoming. I don't think there should be any conduct unbecoming. He actually fulfilled his requirement and his responsibility, because to my knowledge, and what JK has said, is that Giasfonte has been a responsible registered owner because all those summonses have been paid to date. Now, if those summonses were unpaid, that's a different question, because we're talking about rules here, draconian rules that were applied for the streets of New York City with this Vision Zero. And the question is, has Vision Zero actually attributed to better public safety than what we had before? Are there less accidents than before? And to your point, John, I think every time, it's funny, JK says, statistically speaking, every time you get out of your house and you grab your keys and you get in your car, I think you have a chance of getting into an accident. Every time. That's why we have insurance. John, Marlon, me, we all drive. You get in your car, you have insurance. We all can get into an accident. You could be the best driver and get into an accident. So I don't understand what he's saying. Statistically speaking, what are those statistics? How many times a month or per day does someone drive and potentially get into an accident? I don't think that you have to be a bad driver to necessarily get into an accident. So I don't think that holds any weight. The question is, when someone's involved into an accident, what actions do they take that contribute to that accident? So for one, John and Marlon, when we had that interview, JK couldn't tell us if he got into any accidents. Now, if he did get into any accidents, an insurance company made an analysis and said, hey, here's where the reckless actions that contributed to that accident, then we can make an assessment. We don't have an accident to make an assessment, because going over a speed limit of 15 miles an hour, does that necessarily mean that you're reckless? Is that speeding? Is that speeding according to that rule? But drive down some of those streets at 15 miles an hour, and you'll have to try to stay under 15 miles an hour by riding the brake. So if you're actually just going over that, is that reckless? If someone drives 70 miles an hour where it's 55, it's speeding, yes. But is that reckless in comparison to someone who drives 55 but doesn't look when they change lanes, drives in and out of lanes? Which one is worse? So I think the word reckless is definitely mischaracterized and misrepresented when it comes to Giasfonte's car. Oh, here we go.
Oh, sorry. Just to touch on the reckless driving, if you ever charge somebody with reckless driving in New York City, right? Keep in mind, you're gonna need more than speeding. Okay, you really are gonna need a lot more than speeding. Okay. Now, for those of you civilians watching this, VTL 1212, reckless driving, right? You're gonna need more than that. You're gonna need to articulate some form of aggression on the road besides high speed driving. Okay. Usually when I charged it, it was when somebody was doing multiple things on the road besides speeding. Okay. And that included like swerving, crossing the lane dividers, or maybe not indicating turns, or maybe going through a light as well. So you're gonna need a lot more than high speed to actually get the DA to go along with that charge, right? I say this because again, you're gonna have to prove that it not only was he the driver, but how are you gonna prove that he was recklessly operating that vehicle? All you have is high speed right now. Okay. So I had this back and forth with Serena. I'm like, how are you gonna prove it? And she told me that, well, the department has resources. Yeah, that's great, but how are you gonna do that? Okay.
Let's use statistics and probability for her rape, the people that she's defended that were accused of rape, and she celebrated getting them off. Let's use that same level of due process and scrutiny and thinking for those, right? Then it would be wrong, right? No, yeah, we can't do that. But for a cop and for minor violations, oh yeah, we could definitely go in and throw him lock him up and throw away the key.
Yeah. She brought up how the standard in the trial room is different with a preponderance of the evidence as opposed to a criminal case, which is true. But preponderance of the evidence doesn't mean we don't need evidence at all, And watch that preponderance of the evidence. Watch a certain podcast who used to be on this network will use that point next week. I guarantee it. Because
he needs attorneys to give him talking points because he doesn't have a fucking brain in his head. So obviously, it's a extrajudicial punishment. Like, yeah, okay, bro. Where'd you get that from, Sal? You looked it up in your legal dictionary? No, Eric Sanders.
How many senior citizens do you think
he spewed it out of your mouth, which is probably dirtier than your fucking asshole? It's fucking
how many senior citizens, John, do you think he summons? How many? Instead of getting a discount, they got a summons.
Kid's a loser. Kid's a like legit loser. Like, honestly, like, and you know what? Like, if you want to be spewing talking points on CBS and CNN, I mean, I could care less. Like, do it. But these people, like, it's ridiculous. Their arguments and their logic and the things they say shift every second of the day. Like, they're not consistent on anything they say ever.
Does Jack drive a car?
Yeah. I think he drives a nice little Porsche, like a little trust fund baby that he is.
Yeah, I think he actually does too, because Sal was with Jason Jason Goodman of Crowdsource, and they were walking around in South Park in the episode, and he mentions that's Jack's car. I was like, holy shit, Jack drives a Porsche. Damn.
So think about it. You're a trust fund baby. You drive around in a Porsche. You got money, and you still can't get fucking laid. I mean, it's like, seriously, like, that's why, it's a shame. It's a shame.
Yeah.
I'd rather be ugly, bald, and broke. At least I could get laid. I'd rather have a bike.
At least,
Yeah,
at least you're a young guy in your 20s, and you're in Florida, and you don't have to work. Man, you should be swinging it from all over the place. You should have so much ass. What's going on there?
Yeah, with a Porsche too.
Yeah, with a Porsche.
Yeah. Sorry, Jack, you got no excuses there, man. Yeah. So one other point about this, right? Now, Serena was saying how we have resources, right? So I brought up the point. What are we gonna get? We're gonna get search warrants based off a VTL violation. We're gonna do that now.
Only if it's a cop
or
loan.
is the department gonna stop? Is the department gonna twist this into some sort of a police corruption and use that to try and get warrants, for his info and for his data to determine speed and all that? I mean, if that's
100%, 100%, the minute that article went out, that became an IAB case.
Yeah.
Now, whether they kick that down to his ICO, which even if they do, I think they're going to run a concurrent investigation against him. And I'm not saying that they shouldn't. I'm not saying that they shouldn't at all. But to go backwards now and try to charge him for things that already happened, that's totally different. Are they going to be following him to work? Absolutely. They're going to put more time into this than they did in any of the actual corruption allegations that came out under the Adams administration, all of which were basically proven to have happened. All of them had real hard evidence to happen, So, I mean, like, they're going to put a lot of work into this. And you know what? And then if he winds up getting summoned or arrested for driving like an idiot, then I'm going to sit here and be like, well, he deserves it.
John, you think they'll put more effort into this investigation than they did into the investigation on the threats against our kids? You think they'll put more work into this? I think they'll put much more work into this.
Well, here's the thing. If they're gonna now twist this into and try and get warrants off of this, right? Then that's the same. Think of what they did to Sal. Now, we disagree with Sal on a lot of things, but we don't disagree that the department wronged him, and what they played all sorts of gymnastics, legal gymnastics.
Agreed.
that are again, I believe a lot of it was illegal, right? To dig into his info, right? So are people like Serena now advocating the department to do legal gymnastics in order to dig into this guy? Because I recall her being on Sal's show and agreeing that the department wronged him. So how are you now advocating for them to twist this and to try and get this cop?
Well, Sal's doing it too.
Well, good
Sal's
point.
doing.
Yeah.
You should do what you did to me.
Yeah.
Who allowed this? What do you?
Well, let me ask you a question. Here's an important question, right? Because Sal brought up what's the duties of the ICO. John, you said that you did the duties of an ICO, right? If anyone here is watching, ICO is Integrity Control Officer.
So trust Sal though, because he knows
Right.
all. Because some fucking flunky lieutenant who failed all his guys, got them all jammed up, and then pointed the finger at them because he wasn't a fucking leader. And in case you don't know, I'm talking about Joel Ramirez. So because he's feeding them what an ICO should do.
Now, I was a lieutenant for almost a decade, but I never did the duties of an integrity control officer. I know what they are. But one of the duties of an integrity control officer is monitor the distribution of placards. Do you think, I anticipate this, John, because you did the role of an ICO, do you think that the job will handicap Giasfonte from getting a parking placard next year? I think they will.
Well, if they do, I would have recommended him go to Serena or somebody like that, or maybe even an Eric Sanders to sue, because they have no reason to do that whatsoever, because there hasn't been any violations with him parking. It's not even a topic of conversation. And the only thing you're required to do as an integrity control officer is ensure that those summonses are paid. There is nothing in the patrol guide about the number of summonses. There is nothing in New York City law about the number of summonses. There's nothing there. So if in fact they do that, if you're listening to this, whoever the 120 ICO is, if in fact you do that, I will 100% suggest that he sues you. And the department.
Absolutely.
And names you specifically, because ultimately it'll be your decision. They're not going to tell you he can't get it. They're going to say you're going to say it, because it's absolutely ridiculous. So if they do it, it's wrong.
That's what I'm saying. I know it's 100% wrong. And Giasfonte, if you're watching this, you should definitely sue the police department if it gets to that point. But I wouldn't say they're not going to do it. I would put my money on it that they're probably going to do that. And maybe we just educated the 120 ICO. But I definitely think they will do that. I do think the police department, first time I've ever heard a spokesperson give a response like this. They got it right this time, that they're not going to intervene in this and get involved, and there's not going to be any discipline. But the fact that the Streets blog is growing more notoriety with this, that may change. I don't have faith in the police department on not disciplining Giasfonte. Giasfonte, to my knowledge, is general population, the NYPD. He's not tier 1. To my knowledge, he's not tier 2. He doesn't have any connections in nepotism, cronyism. To my knowledge, he's general population. And if it's true that he's general population, I do think the NYPD going forward will take a different stance just to get this out of their crosshairs. But again, Giasfonte is not the driver. We don't know. Even if he was, let's rhetorically speaking, let's say Giasfonte was behind the wheel of every summons received. He did his due diligence by paying those summonses. What is the problem? If there is nothing on the laws or in the books right now that says after a certain amount of summonses you lose your license. After a certain amount of summonses, but that's what they want. That's what they want. They want to be. It's just completely anti-constitutional. But there's, as far as rhetorically speaking, if he was behind the wheel of every summons, he did his due diligence and he paid those summonses. He did what he was supposed to do. So I don't understand how we could say conduct unbecoming or anything. Not, he did his job. He paid them.
And Maddie says they still haven't given out the 2026 plaques yet, so it probably doesn't even matter. And that's a result of apparently Daughtry walked out with a ton of parking plaques, and they couldn't give them out now. So nothing happened. Nothing came of that either. So it's an absolute joke. Like it honestly, it's an absolute, like, the integrity in the department's an absolute joke, and you're gonna go after this kid for nonsense.
But John, let's be honest. John, rhetorically speaking, do you think it matters if he was driving or not? Let's say he drove and he accrued every one of those summonses. Does it matter?
I don't care if he said, yeah, I did every single one of them. It doesn't matter to me. There's literally nothing there There's nothing there that he did wrong. He violated no department policy. He violated no traffic law. He violated nothing. These are considered civil fines, and he closed the matter. That's all you do. That's all the job is concerned with. You pay your civil fines, okay. You know, and that's why I used the parking summons. I said, what if he parks illegally every day? There's nothing wrong with it. Is it fiscally responsible? No. Now, if he ran someone over, yeah, he gets held accountable for his actions for that specific day, not for the 547 times he drove like an asshole before that. It's just that this is America, people. You know, it matters.
Yeah.
You know, it absolutely matters.
Yeah,
Yeah, Joe 6899. They just admitted they're apologists. Joe, why not you and Leo and whoever the other fucking coward is, whatever. Why don't you guys come with your real names, right? You know why you don't come with your real name? Because you're a coward, bro. That's why. Let's get that straight.
He's got 14% body fat. When you got 14% body fat, you're good.
Because you're exactly. Yeah.
Joe 14, brother.
Yeah.
Listen, honestly,
I bet you it's more like 38%, but whatever. You know, it's only 14% when he's hiding behind his fake name, but in real life, it's like 38 to 40%.
What I'd like to know, and here's my message to Street Blog, and I'm sure you're watching this. One of those street locations where these speed cameras are that ticketed the car of Giasfonte. I want to know any of those particular streets, rhetorically speaking, and no, it's Staten Island. Let's say it's Lincoln Avenue or a street like that. How many accidents that ended in fatalities before Vision Zero and after Vision Zero? How many accidents where it ended in serious physical injuries in comparison to now? I want to know what impact that camera had, if any. He could not answer that question. So going forward, Street Blog, I think you should answer that question.
Oh, yeah, I know. You know what happened is Vision Zero didn't mean there were less accidents. It just mean that the cops stopped seeing shit. That's all it does. Because
John,
if you look at
what Joe 14 says.
If you look, John, you would never say that shit to my face. Okay, look, I'll be in New York City all summer, dude. I'll post where I am. Come fucking see me, bro. Let's see how tough you are. I'm sick of these fucking cowards. Like, I'm so sick of these cowards thinking like I care. Like, what are you gonna do? What, you're gonna come up and punch me in my face? All right, good luck. Come punch me in my face. What? What are you gonna do? Okay. All right. Don't do anything else, because you know they'll be reading about you on the front cover of the paper. You know,
I would laugh so hard if Joe 14
I
came
wouldn't
out.
approach me when I'm with my kids. I'll tell you that right now, because they'll 100% be reading about you. I'll make you famous, Joe. Believe me, I will.
I would laugh if Joe 14 approached me like, "How do you want it, Joe? If you want to grapple, you're gonna last about 4 seconds before I choke you out. If you want to, you want to go striking. Well, I'll just wait till you get tired, and then I'll kick your ass."
I'll ask you a few questions. All right, keep hiding, bro. Don't worry about it, Joe. You're a fucking coward, like I said. You know, I don't even care if you're 6'8" and you're 300 pounds all muscle and you're a world-class boxer and a world-class jiu-jitsu guy. Doesn't mean that you have any type of moral integrity. You're sitting on here under a fake name, talking shit, threatening people because you're a coward. That's why. Because you have no actual courage. You have no balls. Because if you had any balls, you would just say what you got to say from behind your own name, and we could civilly disagree. But you don't. So that's what that is. So
John, he's none of those things, because a real fighter doesn't talk like that. He's none of those things. He doesn't know jiu-jitsu. He doesn't know nothing. He knows his couch. He's 14% body fat. That's what he is.
True.
I'm not impressed by 14% body fat. Please.
Yeah, I think the question you were asking before, Eric, is whether there was actually a traffic condition before Vision Zero at that location. Yeah, and the thing is, if you we mentioned it before, but it's about revenue. Okay, it's about revenue. If you didn't believe it before, well, this was Julie Menin telling you that it's actually about revenue.
Number of revenue raisers in there. So, in addition, we had revenue raisers around additional speed cameras. We had a number of revenue raisers.
Yeah, and let me see if I could get the other one on here.
Governor's office said that they still have not gotten
These pension liabilities or.
Yeah, I guess I can't. I couldn't find the other one in time, but yeah, she told us in that press conference they're getting the cameras are revenue raisers. There's no traffic condition there. You know, if it was about correcting a traffic condition, then we would have cops on traffic enforcement duties in those areas, and those cops would be giving drivers the tickets, and those drivers would have points on their license, and they risk getting their license suspended. Okay, it's not about correcting the traffic conditions, and which also shows you how ineffective this whole super speeder, putting putting a device on your car that limits the speed, how ineffective it is. Because if it's on that car and that person is committed to continually driving, speeding or whatnot, they're gonna just find somebody else's car, and then what will that do? What will that do? Okay,
What happens? Yeah,
which is why there's more to this. And again, they're going to, JK alluded to it when he was on the show himself. There's more to it, and it's going to lead eventually to something tracking you yourself, the driver, which is again a violation of the Fourth Amendment. Okay, now now you go, Eric. I'll come back to it.
no, I just want to say. So what happens? They want to put a super speeder in the car. Now, Giasfante's car, according to JK, is getting a lot of those summonses at 11 o'clock at night. What if Giasfante's mother or his wife was driving that car, rhetorically speaking, going down a street at night, and some maniac approaches that car in their car, and now they have a super speeder, and they call 911, they can't get away, and nobody's responding because of manpower, and they can't go over the speed limit to get the hell out of there to go home because that stupid super speeder. This is the most ridiculous thing. My point is, sometimes you may have to speed to get the hell out of there. And so the idea of a super speeder, I just think is ridiculous anyway. To limit or handicap the speed, almost like you have a watchdog over you, is the most ridiculous thing. And they want these draconian laws, and unfortunately, some of these leftists have become so progressive that it's become regressive, and they're taking us back to it. They want us to live in a society where it's just like everyone has oversight. And she said, and Mom, I'm so glad you brought that up. It's exactly what it's about. It's about revenue. It's about being anti-car. It's about moving the needle. None of it is about public safety. Because if it was, we would hear. I haven't heard from Streets Blog. Have we heard one person come forward and say, yeah, I watched Giasfante's car come down that block numerous times. It almost hit somebody, almost hurt someone. We haven't heard any stories like that. Nothing at all. You think with 500 some odd summonses that we would have numerous people complain about this reckless speeder. How many 911 calls have generated about Giasfante's car? To my knowledge, 0. Street Blog couldn't mention any. I think that would be an important part of the investigation.
No, so I mean, I got nothing else on it. If you want to give up your Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment protections, and your right to due process, that's it. I mean, that's on you. I think it's absolutely ridiculous. I think Street's Blog investigation was really lacking, considering he wasn't even number 2, and they gaslight everybody. And there's taxi drivers on that list. There's teachers on that list. There's a lot of other people on that list, and nobody got anything to say about them. And then it'll have a lot more summonses than this kid got, and nobody's got a boo to say about him. So they're just using him as an inflection. This whole thing's going to blow over after the budget. They're just trying to push the super speeders bill. Kathy Hochul wants the super speeder bill, and more than likely it's going to pass. And all of you on here that were thought you were so butthurt about James Vincente, I'm going to laugh when you have to put this thing in your car. I'm going to totally laugh, because I'm going to say, well, we told you. We told you what was coming. We told you were going to be a super speeder. We told you, Anything else before we switch? We got one more topic before we get out of here. 3 hours.
Okay, Mom.
No, I was just going to say, if you notice the officer involved here, you need to tell him to be careful, because as we just talked about, I'm sure IB probably has multiple squads of officers assigned to him, and probably more than likely I could see them setting up to monitor his vehicle as he leaves work. Okay, so if you know him, you better tell him to be careful. Okay, I think, in fact, you better tell him to check underneath his vehicle, okay? Because I wouldn't surprise me if they put some sort of tracker on if they've twisted the law enough, or the the case enough to try and get that on his vehicle as well. So just tell him to be careful and mind his P's and Q's, because they will try and get him, following his name being in that article.
And if you want to see how you're being followed, you just continuously go around the same block and see what car follows you. And then what they'll do is they'll bring another car, so they'll switch off. You should be able to see them. It's not hard. But other than that, besides that, just don't drive like a dick and you won't have a problem. And that's really what it is. So this job came over. I forget what date was it? April 30th. So yeah, it wasn't. Did we have 31 days in April? I'm losing my brain. But this is insane. So
April has 30.
30. All right. So it was yesterday. So 2:54 a.m. Actually, yeah, it was yesterday morning, like real early in the morning. So midnight tour, April 30th, 2026. Officers in Queens respond to a 911 call of a domestic dispute with a weapon. Turns out the guy was making a homemade bomb. So real crazy scene. So, I mean, this is, when people are like, oh, why are you guys scared? What are you worried about when you pull cars over? What are you worried about when you ring on that doorbell? Those are the scariest things you do, is like walk up to a car that you pulled over, because you don't know who's inside of it. You don't know what's inside. You don't know what if. And the same's true when you ring a doorbell. Like, you don't know what that response is going to be, who's behind that door, what's behind that door. And yeah, just watch this, man. It's real wild.
What's his name?
Yeah, wild. Absolutely wild.
And that's why they tell you never stand directly in front of a door when you ring the doorbell, and never stand in front of even like, it was a kind of a weird situation because they gave him the keys to go in the house. But that's why you got to be real careful with that. Like, don't ever stand directly in front of a door, ever.
Yeah, I mean, listen, thank God for the boots on the ground for what they do every day. And we all make mistakes, and mistakes, our heart's in the right place. You want to help, but yeah, I would always preach that to my guys. Don't stand directly at that door. You don't know what's behind that door. I mean, you're already vulnerable. You're walking into them. They're not walking into you. So you got to put yourself in a position of alert and ready. Definitely never. I don't say things are mostly never. Never. Even today's day in retirement, it's just out of habit. If I go to someone's door, I do a lot of handyman work. When I go to someone's door, I don't stand directly at the door. I always stand to the side of it. Still to this day, I practice that. You guys, if you pay attention, you probably do the same. You probably don't even realize it. You probably, when you go to people's houses, you probably don't even stand right at the door. Something that just stays with you.
Bro, I can say it, but I like when I go in my own house, I tactically go in.
Yeah.
Wait, wait for your wife to come busting the door?
No, because dude, like, I don't know if anyone's in my house. Like when I left, you know what I mean? Like when I went out, there's plenty of Joes out there in the world. He wants to know all plate numbers.
True.
So
Joe 14, you don't get it, brother. He says Eric is paranoid. No, I believe a certain level of paranoia is actually it's actually situational awareness. That's actually being aware. You should be aware, off duty and on duty. You should have the same temperament. To this day, if I sit in a restaurant, I sit with my back to the wall. When I go to doors, I stand by the side. When I talk to people, John, you and I spoke about this. We both agree we still do it. When I talk to people, I still maintain a bladed stance. And 9 times out of 10, I don't have a gun on me. And I say 9 times out of 10, yeah, I still believe in the Second Amendment. Sometimes I do have a gun. But 9 times out of 10, I don't. But, when I meet people, I stay at a bladed stance. If I don't let people, especially if I don't know them, I don't let them get too close into my personal space. I keep my hands at a position of ready, not a threatening, but you have to do that. You should be prepared.
Yeah, It's true. It's true. I've told you guys before about ever since I went to the active shooter, and I learned about and they taught me about door entry and the fatal funnel, or the kill box. Yeah, I never look at corners the same way. Never. You enter it, just entering. Even in my own house, when I know there's nobody there, I just can't. It's just been burned into my brain. That training. So
You slicing the pie at home?
I'm telling you, bro, I think of it all the time when I look at doors. Just I used to think of it ever since I went to that training. It just burned into my brain when I was on patrol, and it's just stuck ever since. So
Yeah. So people want to see the whole video. All right, let's play it again from the beginning. So again, now you know what they're walking up to, right? And so you look at it a lot differently now. From what I know, they were injured, but I don't believe anyone's seriously injured. I didn't read anything. I think that everything I saw was that they were injured, but they weren't seriously injured. That they were unstable. So I mean that's good. But let's watch the whole video. It's a minute 23 seconds. So now look at it again. Now knowing what happens, like, do you think as a cop maybe not stand in front of that door? Give yourself the protection of that wall. And the other thing, not even because I'm not even thinking the door is going to explode. I'm thinking someone's going to shoot through the door or they're going to charge me immediately when they come out. I'm not thinking anything is going to explode. This, that would have been the last thing I would have thought.
What's his name?
And the other thing is, look, everyone knows you're the cops and you're out there now with these new ring cameras and stuff. So if they want to do you harm,
You all right? The guy just lit the house on fire. We got an explosion. Who's left? 6 Sergeant. FD. You guys good? Come here. Have some meat. Go.
I can't breathe.
Give me kick.
Where's my baby?
You good? How many more people are in the house?
Yeah. Scary shit, man. And you hear her saying like she can't breathe, like smoke inhalation.
Wow.
Yeah.
Crazy. Great job by those guys. Great job.
Yeah. Dude, that's what I'm saying. Like, listen, we could always, and you should, every cop, I want to thank you for everything you do. Afterwards, you should always evaluate your team, evaluate yourself, and say what we did right or did wrong. No matter what, we've all made crazy mistakes. I've made mistakes too, but thank you for what you do. Honestly, thank you. I'm so glad there's still some outliers out there that are still doing the job, because unfortunately, the profession as a whole has been emasculated. But to know there are still men and women out there like that, God bless you. And I look forward to speaking about the men and women, talking about this idiot chief that's spoken regards. I can't wait till we put that up.
Yeah, so Chief McIntosh, he was recently getting highlighted with Chief Aaron Edwards and Chief Ben Gurley. And again, I said it before, I don't really think that Ben Gurley is in there that same category of flying through the ranks. I think he's been an executive a long time. He's proven himself to be confident, well composured. I know some people have issues with him, some people love him. McIntosh, I'll be honest with you, I've only ever heard good things about the guy. Like, he's a nice guy, he's a great guy. But again, all of that stuff doesn't matter to me. Like, I don't care. Like, don't even tell me. I expect you, if you're a member of the New York City Police Department, I expect that you should be a good guy and a nice guy. I do. But when I see press conferences like this, it really bothers me, dude, because you see guys that are in positions way too young and way too inexperienced. And just, people like, oh, people aren't good at public speaking is not good. Well, you should have, that's one of the things that you learn as an NYPD supervisor. It's a basic skill set that you get even at just a sergeant rank. Never mind lieutenant, captain, deputy inspector, chief. Now you're a 2-star chief. So, and when you pass by all of those ranks, I think it matters. And I think it has an effect. And, does he appear to be nervous there? Yeah, he absolutely appears to be nervous. So maybe he's not a great public speaker. This is probably his first press conference. But I think he did a horrible job. I tweeted it and I said, did he take the test when everyone else took the test? Or did he take it on the makeup day when everyone knew all the questions and the answers? And, a lot of people got butthurt about it. And I'm not sorry about it at all, because it's a legitimate question that I have. And that question matters to me. It does. It matters to me. Because I think there is a significant difference between someone who actually studied versus someone who just passed, going into a test, knowing the questions and the answers. I do. I think it shows a lot about your character. I'm not saying that he did do that. I just asked the question. And the question's a fair question based upon him not even knowing to say the FDNY and having to read his own name and command off of a piece of paper. I'm like, it was honestly, it was a poor showing. I'm not trying to beat the guy up. It's one bad thing, but I got a lot of hate about it. I got a lot of nasty messages about it. So, I mean, let us know what you think. I mean, this is, I think it was ridiculous. I think this was absolutely ridiculous.
Good morning. I am Assistant Chief Christopher McIntosh, Command Officer, Patrol Borough, Queens South. I'm going to provide you an update about an incident and subsequent explosion that occurred earlier this morning that involved both the response from NYPD and FYND. My colleagues from FDNY will provide you the information regarding the firefighting operations and the remaining ongoing fire operation. But once again this morning, we're reminded of the heroics of our officers and the unforeseen danger they encounter every single day. This information I'm about to provide you is preliminary and is subject to change. At approximately 2:42 a.m., the officers from the 106 precinct respond to a 911 call of a domestic dispute with a knife. The call was placed by a family member of the victim, who stated that her male relative arrived at their residence intoxicated and armed with a knife, and there was a smell of gas in the residence. As depicted in security footage from the home, the perpetrator, Amroop Parsaram, a 50-year-old male, arrived at the basement apartment where his wife, daughter, and 2 grandchildren reside. The video is seen carrying 2 garbage bags filled with canisters containing unknown substance. Mr. Parsaram forced his way into the apartment by pushing the air conditioning unit. Once in the apartment, the daughter and his 2 grandchildren of the victim managed to flee to safety, while Mr. Parsaram began menacing and threatening the remaining victim with a knife. The victim was able to safely get out of the apartment. Officers arrived on the scene shortly thereafter and spoke with the victim outside, who willingly gave them a key to enter the residence in an attempt to locate and apprehend Mr. Parsaram. Our officers were at the front door of the residence.
So, we don't need to go in through the whole thing, but I mean, I just think overall I think it was a poorly done press conference. He didn't know any of the facts. He wasn't really public speaking. He was public reading, and he was horrific at it. And I think that a borough chief should already be good, have this skill set prior to being promoted if you're going to be in charge of a borough where there's hundreds of thousands of residents under your thing. What is your job to do? That's pretty much your main job, is that you're going to be the representative of the people of your borough. And immediately, and I actually posted it for that reason, because immediately I was called a racist. I was called everything. And the only reason I was called that is because Chief McIntosh happens to be black. I wasn't called it when I made fun of John Shell, when I made fun of all of the attorneys they had, when their former sergeant in DCPI. I wasn't called it when I made fun of Chief of Manhattan South, whatever his name is, Irish guy who had held what appeared to be 100-proof interview. I wasn't called it for any of that, but what the reason is, I can't criticize anybody because I'm white and he's black. I'm sorry, I have a big problem with that. I think that he didn't know the facts of the case, and he wasn't able to do that and articulate that to the media without reading from a piece of paper. And I'm sorry, if you can't tell me your name, the command that you're a part of, without reading it, and you don't know FDNY and you go with FYND, I mean, I'm sorry, like it's a little bit beyond nerves. There's a lack of competence and skill set there in speaking. Sorry.
This is pure bullshit right here. So I found a lot of conversations. I had calls from numerous cops who said the same. Oh, he's a nice guy. I said, oh, here we go with the nice guy syndrome again. If you are prepared for something, you know, I've competed in jiu-jitsu, I've competed in boxing, I've competed in sports, I've done public speaking. And every time you do those things, you are nervous. Every time. And people say, well, he's nervous. Of course you are. Every time you're a little nervous. You're nervous, right? Because you're prepared and you're thinking about it because you care. And you rise to the occasion. So if you're prepared for something, even though you're nervous because you trained it, it will come out. It will come out with a good outcome. But if you're not prepared, which he's not prepared, excuse me, he doesn't know the information. He's clearly not passionate into it because he doesn't know what's happening. So he's not prepared, which is why he's even more nervous. So he's lacking the confidence because he doesn't even know about the case. So he's not dived into the case. So he's exactly what John said. He's not public speaking. He's just reading because he doesn't know what happened. It's almost like he wasn't there. He's not into it. He's not involved. So even if he was nervous, it would come to light and it would be an outcome if he was actually engaged into it. So to me, this is an epic failure. So just to say, oh, he's nervous and give him a pass, bullshit. Excuse me. Because those cops, sorry, I'm beginning to cough. Those cops that went to the door with that explosion, they were nervous too. But they also rose to the occasion. You can't just go by being nervous. That is his job, and that was an epic fail.
Yeah. Those people have no issues when we criticize Chief Baudet, you know. But they have a problem when we criticize a black chief. You know, stop it, please, stop it. You know, the whole problem with this is that we talked about this before. That guys like Chief McIntosh they have rocket fuel promotions, and you know he has like 23 years on the job, right? 23 years, which to me is insane to be a 2-star chief with 23 years on. Think of it for a second here. Queens has what? Let me see the figure that came up. Queens has 2.7 million people, right? He's in charge of Queens South, right? So you figure that's 1 million and change people, right? Think of it for a second. The city of Miami only has like 500,000 people in it, right?
Not even. Yeah.
Now, if we went to apply for the city of Miami police chief, you'd have to have, and with 23 years on the job, I'm not so sure you'd get it, you know, because that's to me, that's very young for a position that in most departments you'd be in charge of a large city police department. Okay. We're not talking about your small town sheriff. Okay. So for me, I think guys like that should not be a 2-star chief to me, unless you have close to 30 years on the job. Okay. Because in a lot of ways, that's the final stop for you on the job. Because again, it's very hard to become a 3-star chief. And we're not even going to talk about how impossible it is to become a 4-star chief on this job. And there have been many great chiefs who've never risen beyond 3-star. So, you know, who've never risen above 2-star, you know? Mm-hmm. So to me, the fact that he's been elevated so quickly to the rank of a 2-star chief, you're seeing what happens when somebody, you know, maybe a little bit too young for that position. I think you need a little more seasoning before you get to that rank. Okay. And by the way, I bring up his collars because, again, I think it's a reflection of, you know, I think great bosses, great chiefs were also great cops. Okay, and this amounts to the equivalent of 4 collars a year. And I'm sorry, but if I pulled in 4 collars a year, I'd have gotten talked to not only by my patrol supervisor, but by the CO too. So now he's the guy that's the borough chief who's going to be telling COs to talk to your guy about the collars. So I have a problem with that.
You know, again, I'm just gonna say, like, should you like Marlon just pointed out, the guy's in charge of over 1 million people. Should that person be effective at public speaking and be competent in public speaking? Should the NYPD send that person probably for a public speaking class and a media relations class prior to him ever being promoted? And I think everyone on here should say yes. And if you say no, I mean, you're lying. All right, nice guy, great guy, nice boss. Okay, great. Okay, great. Sucks at public speaking. Should have not gave that press conference. And if he can't give that press conference, why the hell is he in charge of a borough? I mean, it's not hard. If you can't give the press conference, look at the difference between the FDNY chief. You know, how many press conferences has this guy done in the past few years? Probably not a lot. Probably not a lot. But watch this. Watch this.
Thank you, Chief. Good morning. I'm John Esposito. I'm the Chief of Department. Shortly before 3 a.m. this morning, we received an alarm of fire. We arrived on the scene to find private dwelling heavily involved in fire and several police officers on the scene. We immediately started conducting firefighting operations, stretched hose lines, protected the buildings next door. Due to this amount of fire, we were not able to enter the fire building or conduct any searches. As you can see, it's still an active scene. It's a 5-alarm fire, almost 300 fire and EMS personnel, all over 80 fire and EMS.
I mean, just clear as day. You just see it. Like, the guy knows his shit. He's not looking down at paper. He's not struggling. And was that dude nervous? 100% he was nervous. I mean, you could see him even after. He's scared shitless. He's nervous. I get it. But my point is, if you're gonna promote people to these ranks, they should be more than not only qualified. They shouldn't be rocket fueled to them, and they should be able to handle it, because he would have had the prior experience of doing that. He wouldn't have
These guys are promoted by rocket fuel, and not only promoted by rocket fuel, they're not prepared for that position, and it shows. And public speaking is much more powerful than people think. And I think in public speaking, yes, there's an art to public speaking, but behind public speaking, in order to be a good public speaker, you have to be confident in your abilities and actually know your subject matter. And that is also lacking, right? Clearly, he didn't have any coaching or any teaching or training of public speaking, but it shows he was lacking in the subject matter, because even without that experience, it would come out much better. So it shows he was lacking in the subject matter, which was that particular case. And actually, because if you could have your paperwork there as a guide, but as a good public speaker, when you're talking to the people, you shouldn't be reading from a piece of paper either. It should be there as a guide, but you want to actually talk to the people and show that you care. Hey, I'm in charge of this borough. These residents here, I care about them. Here's what happened. Here's what your police department did. That's where public speaking comes out in fruition and shows to light when you have the confidence behind that, right? I often say that competence brings confidence. He's lacking the confidence because he doesn't have the confidence in his ability. He doesn't know the subject matter. He's not delved in. He's not prepared. He's not ready for that position. He was promoted by rocket fuel. So there's a correlation to competence and confidence with public speaking. I'm curious if you guys agree on that, because I think there is a correlation. Public speaking, to me, is not an art that you learn. Yes, you learn how to pause, how to grab the audience, but you also need to know the subject matter.
Yeah. I think so. I think so. I think, John brought up a point when we spoke offline, how, like, when you become a supervisor, you gain that as a cop, you really don't have to do much public speaking for the most part, unless you're in certain specific units. Okay. The most public speaking I did was yelling at people. Okay. Now that's something you gain as a supervisor. I think like John brought up again. You're talking to your roll call, you're turning out roll call, you might have to show up at a community meeting somewhere down the line and speak to the public. And I think that's certainly a skill that you should develop just by nature of becoming a supervisor and moving up the ladder. So how is it you get to a chief and you don't have a certain routine down pat where you can speak off the cuff and you just need one or two little details to fill in what you're going to tell the public, So,
I mean, how are you a commanding officer and you're not used to public speaking? You're going to community council hearing after community council hearing. You're probably giving some interviews to the media. I mean, not probably, you definitely are. You definitely are hosting what it can be considered a press conference with a lot of people there, probably a lot more than were on that scene. So I mean, like that's why I'm not a fan of pushing people through, and I'm certainly not a fan of diversity, equity, inclusion. And diversity, equity, inclusion pushes people through because they're looking for a certain appearance. They're not looking for their competence. They're not looking for their experience. They don't care, and this is the result of it. Look, it is what it is. Like we just talked about the guy a couple of weeks ago where we were saying like he flew through the ranks and he's sitting there saying he was getting passed over. And now it's like, oh, was I shocked when I saw the press conference? No. I was like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Was I shocked when I seen, what's his face, the community affairs guy that used to be Mark Stewart, when he was like, he couldn't even tell anything about community affairs? No, I wasn't shocked at all. Because I'm like, no one cares. Like, nobody cares because it's not about doing the job. It's not. And I'm sorry if people are mad about it. I really don't care because it's the truth. And, you're welcome to come on here or somebody else could come on here and defend them. I really don't care. I think that it's I think that all of this stuff matters. And I think, Jake Lang is coming back to New York City on June 19th, I believe. Not sure the exact date, but he's coming back to New York City. And I think that was a huge failure. And I think that was a huge failure, not only on Jessica Tisch and Rebecca Weiner's part, but I think it was a huge failure on Chief Aaron Edwards' part. And again, we talked about how not being experienced played into that, how he was able to let that situation get out of hand and let it and keep his staff so minimal that they weren't able to identify these two bad actors where they were able to get 2 IEDs off. And I think if you were experienced and you knew what could happen, you would never let that happen. And I'm going to laugh this time when Jake Lang comes back, because when he comes back, although Jessica Tisch said that their protest posture will remain the same, I guarantee you counterterrorism's deployed. I guarantee you SRG's deployed. I guarantee you that protest is going to be properly staffed and it's going to be a complete 180 from what you've seen on that original thing. So all the crap that they tell you, now they're not going to let that happen. They're going to try not to let that happen again. I mean, that's what I would assume if in fact anyone cares. So I'm curious to see what happens with that one.
Well, John, I tell you what, I care more about the residents of New York City than being right. So for the sake of that statement, I hope you're right. And I do think that's what's going to come into place. I hope that all those parameters are put into place, that the necessary special units are in their key locations in regards to his arrival in New York City, because I care about the people, honestly. I'm more concerned about the people than being right. Unfortunately, we've been right numerous times and we've been right and foreshadow a lot of stuff that's going on in New York City, but I'd rather the people be safe than be right. So I do think that John's absolutely right. I think those units will be in place, even though you've heard from Jessica Tisch to maintain the same posture, but she knows damn well, and she's being advised by Kelly and Bratton, and they're telling you have to have all these things in place, because if not, it's going to be ultimate disaster. And if anyone loses their lives in the next potential attack, it's going to be on you. So there's no doubt about it. With that being said, I just want to say we're 3 hours and almost 30 minutes into it. I want to thank everyone. Like, share, and subscribe. Appreciate it, you being here. I think Marianne Pizzitola put on a hell of an appearance. Her knowledge is exemplary, and especially when it comes to the pension. I think this is the real pension seminar. And to those cops that went through that door, please be safe. Stay to the side of a door. Give yourself a flank. But thank you for what you do, and that was an awesome job. And I'm glad that you guys are safe. And I think this is just another great roundtable. And to Sal, my message to Sal is: don't forget where you came from. Don't forget why you're doing what you're doing. The mission should be to help other cops so that what happened to you doesn't happen to them. But when you're seeking clout and you're now going against the grain, and hopefully this is not what you believe in, and you're hanging out with nefarious characters who don't care about you, who are using you, then one day they're going to turn on you. And remember who were your friends and who took care of you. And that's the reality. And I don't want to say I told you so, but this comes from a place of honesty and truth. And I want to thank everyone for being here today. This is a real somber day for me, and I really appreciate doing this for almost 4 hours. It keeps my mind off of things, and I want to thank everyone for the support I've gotten, and I want to honor and celebrate Derek's life today. And that's really, in the end, we have all these conversations, and we go back and forth, and I laugh at all the trolls because it doesn't bother me. Because what's really important is family. I care about my family, and I care about you guys. You guys are family to me, and nothing is going to penetrate my mind. These little trolls will never get to me because it's just not important. It's not important. I laugh all day at you, honestly, because what's important is taking care of your family and being honest and put your name out there. Put my name out there in honor of my family. And if you're going to be out there talking shit, at least put your name on it. Put your goddamn name on it. And for all those people who have threatened John or myself, please, if you threatened us, can you please actually do it? Just show up to our faces eventually, because people have been threatening me for a long time already. Just confront us, and I'll laugh in your face right there too. So, with that being said, Marlon, if there's anything to add, I think we really got touch on this good, and also to Gias Fonte out there. I think you need to be careful with the police department right now, the reaction, but ultimately you did your job by paying those summonses, and you did the right thing by utilizing your Fifth Amendment. I wouldn't speak to reporters either. So be careful out there, brother.
Yeah. What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah. The other thing is you shouldn't let your bitterness towards what the job did to you you shouldn't displace that bitterness about the institution itself onto the cops. Okay, you need to separate them. I have problems with 1PP myself and the city government, but I don't have problems with cops at all. Okay, and I don't have I don't have problems with the NYPD itself. We need to separate the two, and I'm sending this message to Sal himself. I know he's angry about what they did to him, and he's right to be, but again, you got to separate the cops from the institution and the politics and 1PP. But anyway, I was at the just a little housekeeping before we go. I was at the 116 Community Council last night, and
you went to another one?
yeah. I told you I'm gonna make this a regular thing over here. Yeah. But health and wellness section showed up, and they were actually talking to the community. I don't know what actually brought them there, but I guess it was good to let the community know that these resources are out there for cops if they may know a cop in their family, or they may know a cop who seems to be a little bit out of it, right? But what they told us was that there have been 4 retired suicides this year, right? I didn't know that. So I think going forward, I'm gonna do a lot of mentioning of the health and wellness section. I'm gonna post a link up in the chat as well, guys. But those of you who are going through it right now, you're retired and you're going through it, or maybe active still. There are resources out there to help you, and the job, to their credit, this is one of them too, right? So again, no matter how hard you may think it is, and this is me, a guy who lost his pension, telling you that, right? No matter how hard it is, you think it is, just go outside, take a walk, get some sunlight, and you begin to realize it's not that bad. Any day that you could walk outside and still enjoy life is not that bad. So again, there are resources out there to help you, and the job has one of those in the health and wellness section. So please check it out if you're kind of going through it right now. So
well said, my friend. Well said.
Nice job, Mo.
All right, let's get to the super chats. So,
Coffee and donuts, baby.
Let's see. Pat Donahue. A person is only gone when we stop remembering them or mentioning their name. Rest in peace, Derek. Appreciate you, Pat.
Thank you.
Mon Samurai. I've seen plenty of great bosses stutter and stammer in Comstat and Narcostat. So it's not so easy like everyone is saying. Great point. And that's why you don't see those guys become borough chiefs. That's the thing. It's like if you were seasoned in the executive ranks, Comstat would be second nature to you, and speaking would be second nature to you. And I think that was the point that we were trying to make. Yeah,
I listen. Public speaking, no doubt about it, is probably one of the most difficult things people can do in their life. It's not easy, and that's why the more competent and confident you are in your subject matter, it's only going to help you to be a better speaker. I'll tell you right now, if I had to speak on an issue that I had no knowledge of, it's not going to be good either, right? You have to know that subject matter.
And not to harp on it, but like you're the police commissioner, and you got two guys, similar skill set, similar experience, and one of them's a horrible public speaker. Are you promoting him to, like, who are you going to pick? Who are you going to pick to be the borough chief? You're not going to pick the guy that's a horrible speaker. I'm sorry. You're just not. And if you do, then we got to start to question what you're doing. And why? You're going to tell me there were no other chiefs there were no other one stars that couldn't earn their way to be a borough chief? Dude, come on. Don't tell me that.
Yeah, there has to be, I agree with you. I think there has to be a ceiling on promotions. And that's why I say people are promoted by rocket fuel. Because ultimately, as Marlon was saying, if you're a chief in Queens, you're ultimately in charge in most big major cities. I mean, think about even Staten Island. If you're a chief in Staten Island has about 500,000 people, maybe more now, which is bigger than Miami, bigger than most cities in this country. And that should be a requirement. You're going to speak to the public. You should be confident, and you should be good in that level. I'm sorry, but that is a skill you need to have.
One of the things when Adams brought in Keechant Sewell was he had all of the active female chiefs, not all of them, but his select few of female chiefs. He was putting them up at fake pressers and having them present, like giving them mock pressers. And it wasn't his idea, obviously, because he's a mush brain. But it was, he had them all presenting at fake pressers, and they were so bad. They're like, we can't make them the police commissioner. We can't make any of them the police commissioner. They're horrendous. You're going to look like an idiot. And so that was ultimately what led him to pick Keechant Sewell, is because she presented well to the public. So that is a skill set when you're up there. Again, you're a 2-star chief. You might be a uniform member technically, but the reality is you're really a politician. That's really the reality of it. You are an appointed manager in the New York City Police Department. Uniform my ass, The Smith says FYND. And what's really funny, if you watch the press conference, like, I thought that the firemen were really professional, but if you see their faces, they're like, what the, you know what I mean? They're like, what the hell was that? Like, and again, I'm not saying it because he got tongue-tied on one word. I get tongue-tied often. Marlon gets tongue-tied. Eric gets tongue-tied.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying overall, I thought he did a terrible job, and it makes me question all that stuff. So, yeah. So,
good point.
Doesn't mean he's a bad guy and he's a bad chief and he's a bad supervisor. No, doesn't mean any of that. It just means he's a terrible public speaker.
Listen, John, I tell you what, according to every cop I spoke to, they're the nicest guys in the world. So if they're so nice, why don't everybody just bring your wives over to One Police Plaza, drop them off, and they get to hang out with the nicest guys all day. Just drop your wives off there. No problem. Let me know how it works out.
Yeah. This is a skill the job has to do a better job. I mean, first of all, these guys on their own, for their own sake, should take it upon themselves to work on it. but the job needs to cultivate better, because again, I see Sleepy Joe in there, loyal viewer of the show. Sleepy Joe mentions Eddie Caban and Tanya Kinsella, terrible speakers, Again, the job needs to do a better job of cultivating that skill if we're going to put these people in front of the, behind a podium and to have to talk to the media. So.
Yeah, Tanya's horrific. Horrific public speech. She's another one, Sorry. Staten Guy 321. He says, imagine doing a roll call, 5-year wonder boss bitching, getting your eighth denied day off, depressed, CCRB for being a good person. Boom, you're on the news for getting speeding tickets. Yeah.
Yep.
Look, it is what it is. I mean, how many times we got to tell you, you're an NYPD cop, you're a celebrity. You're a retired NYPD cop, you're a celebrity. You're a fired NYPD cop, you're a celebrity. You're like anything you are, they're going to, for the rest of your life, the minute you swear your hand into that academy, you are tied to the NYPD forever. You're a celebrity, maybe, You're probably more of a celebrity than Sal Greco even thinks he is, because he believes himself to be a celebrity, real well known, so well known that I would love to let's meet up in person and we'll just show on the camera our analytics right from the websites itself, not from a doctored photo, because I guarantee, like, when you want to talk shit. You want to talk shit about bullshit? Go right ahead, because I would love to see it. I'd love to see the reactions you get on Instagram that supposedly you have like 30,000 more followers to me. And I guarantee I guarantee you my analytics dwarf yours. And that shows everything. We want to talk about real subscribers. You want to talk about real engagement. Yeah. And same's true for the YouTube analytics. We actually have millions of views. You just claim that you do. There's a difference. There's a big difference. And the reason he doesn't bring us up and he just makes sly comments on Mayor is because he's a fucking coward. That's why. So let's get that straight. Mon Samurai. Outside of the speeding shit, how dare this fucking guy going to this PO's residence and dox his home over nonsense? So dangerous, in my opinion. And the thing is, like, they've been under active threat now, the family, because of this. It's insane. And if you think about it, the guy's not even in the top 10 of the speeders in New York City. They just, you know what I mean? It's almost blasphemous at this point to say it. It really, people talk about defamation all the time, worry about litigation. I mean, I'm not saying that he should, but I mean, people are attributing him to being a reckless super speeder without any evidence proving that he is.
Yeah, 100%. We don't know if he ever drove that car. According to JK, it's more likely he did than he didn't. And I'm glad that JK is not a jury of our peers, because clearly JK does understand the law.
Yeah. And then this Staten guy brings up, Eric brought this up too last week. He says, all these cameras calibrated. How do you know that it's reading correctly? It's a tax. You can get a ticket for doing 30 into 40. Everyone should quit. No pension, no respect. Joe Ford fat. So, I mean, that's a great question, because the thing is, like, when a highway cop gives you a summons and he tagged you using the speedometer, he has to testify to the last time that, in fact, he got it calibrated. And if the window's too far out there, summons you can't be found guilty, because there's no way to prove that camera was calibrated. I'm going to almost guarantee that those cameras are never recalibrated. So.
Oh, spot on. And that's why I said I think that his test is missing a lot of links. He didn't speak to Department of Transportation. We don't know what the plus or minus of those cameras is, and if they're effectively working. When's the last time they've been tested? We don't know. He didn't tell us any of that. And you can't go back now. You can't go back. According to those summonses, you never told us if they were actually tested.
Yeah. Upstate Detective says, good morning, brothers. Morning, my friend. Long time no see. It's told to you back when. Says triple neck still has to adjudicate CD mentality.
That's right. That's triple fat neck.
It's told to use back when said the same people advocating for speed cameras in school zones and lowering the limit to protect our children are the same ones advocating for abortion.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. Good point. Good
Wow.
point.
Wow.
Good point.
That's
Good
good.
Whoa.
Who wrote that?
It's told to you so back when.
Wow, that was good. Wow.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to give you $4.99 for that answer, for that response. That was good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all about the crumbs, Marlon. Same as ever. Cobb's 3506.
True.
Crumbs, baby. Crumbs, the speed camera.
That's right.
Bon Samurai. We should all camp outside JK's house and ask him about his clothing choices, where he shops, does he like Jimmy Buffett, and is it difficult dressing a flamingo dancer in New York City?
Yeah, he's probably in Miami right now with that shirt. Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of Miami, Anthony says Marianne's closing statements about pension spot on. 100%. Yeah. We'll definitely get her back on when the next piece comes down.
Marianne was the hero today. Really, honestly.
Yeah. Hobbs also says the defined benefit December payment is legally guaranteed, as I recall. The VSF law specifically stated it could be negotiated up, but never down. Best to you. Yeah, I never really looked too much into it, to be honest with you. Something you guys got to look into. But I'm definitely gonna foil that pension board stuff. But I'll take your word for it, Cobbs. I don't have the variable, so it's not high on my radar.
Yeah. The precedent's already been set with Detroit. It's already set. If we get to a point where things are really bad, I think everything is on the table. So
I agree. I mean, and I think saying that it's not is insane to me. It's like literally like it's already happened. So
Well said. Mom, I think you're right. I say it's all on the table also. I think people want to live in the Matrix right now and be like, this can't be real, right? This is not real life. And when they want to go back to live and pretend and like just pray that their pension is always good. And that's why people would call me like, you don't know what you're talking about. The pension's good forever. I'm like, all right, good. I hope it is. I want it to be good forever too, but we have to.
Yeah, I know. I don't get why people, I don't get that, They attack you. I was like, "Oh, how does it do with me?" I'm just telling you. I got a pension too.
We're saying things they don't want to hear, John. They don't want to hear. They'd rather just not hear it. I don't want to be educated about it, but I don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
Okay. Keep living like that.
So Mon Samurai says, "Thanks for caring for us retire members and having Marianne, an absolutely amazing guest on. God bless you guys for all the hard work. Such a huge fan of what you guys have done for us and the current police officers. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you for always being here." Anti-Hero podcast dropped in and they said for the boys. So shout out to Anti-Hero podcast. Check them out.
Yep.
They always have a lot of interesting guests on, a lot of interesting takes, started a lot of interesting conversations. So shout out to you guys.
Anti-Hero is if you have an opportunity, go on Instagram. They got some great shorts, some great stuff, great guests. Definitely a variety of guests. So shout out to you, brothers. Anti-Hero. Good stuff, man. Thank you.
Yep. It's told to you back when. Who decides where the funds will be investing? We went over that with Marianne, that it was based upon the pension board in conjunction with the controller. What role does the controller play? He sits on the board. Maybe we'll get Bob Ganley on and have him discuss more in further detail about the pension fund. Now that he's working on it, I didn't realize that he was the vice president. I must not have been paying attention when that happened.
Yeah. I just learned that this week too when I went to the website.
Yeah, I was a delegate in the SBA and I dealt with Bob Ganley many times. Pretty for a union guy, pretty smart, knows the union well. Definitely, as far as union guys go, definitely one of the better ones.
Yeah. But Bob, if you're going to be shy about answering COVID questions, I recommend you don't come on because there's going to be a lot of them.
That's hilarious.
I'm just going to be honest. I'm just going to be honest because he was sitting in that labor relations and I made several phone calls to them and they did absolutely shit. So I was like, okay. They played along the line of it's not a job action. Like, oh, okay.
The bottom line is, John, COVID really exposed a lot of people. Expose them in a sense of like really where they really stand in life and what they'll do and in times where we need to push back. That COVID really. I know COVID sucked, but it was actually a good thing. It just showed what society could become.
Yeah, no, I agree. Finest 25, 8836, present for duty. Wishing all a safe weekend. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. I'm still gonna call you Diecast though. I don't care if you change it.
516.
Yeah. Nolan, $500. Derek with a heart. Nolan, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
appreciate it.
Finest. God bless you, Eric, Derek, and the family. The finest. So
516 Diecast. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Coffee done on.
We got a couple more. Okay, we got. All right, we did this one. We got Staten Guy 321. He says, "God bless Derek." Thank you,
bro.
Staten Guy. We got Mon Samurai FD presser. We put blue stuff on red stuff. It go out. Then we steal all your stuff. Just Vikings and Lamp Pirates. That's not nice. My sergeant used to call them bucket fairies. I thought that was hysterical.
What's the difference between what? What's the difference between Batman and fireman?
I don't know.
Batman can go to a job without robbing.
Like that. That's like that.
Yeah.
That's fucked up. But you know, like that whole thing, it's pretty wild, dude. Because if you ever watch the gangs in New York, the scene like where the firemen come and they're like robbing the houses, that was literally all the firemen back in the 1800s. That's really what they were. They were just gangs. And they went and they were like auxiliary gangs that showed up and they wound up fighting each other more than they ever fought the fires. And that's how they winded up establishing a municipal fire department. Is because like we got to stop the shit because they so they kind of get a bad name just from that too, Just from
Is that how they got the Jolly Roger on the fire trucks?
Yeah, dude. I don't know, bro. But I'm telling you that was like I was like, wow, I didn't realize that was
hilarious.
legit. I thought that was like a fake scene in that movie.
Uh-huh.
I didn't realize that was actually like they were literally just gangs, and then they went and then they pillaged.
That's funny.
Donahue says a smoker between Sal and Macari as a fundraiser for New York City retirees pension benefits. Protection efforts. McIntosh can be the ring MC and Apps can be the guest timekeeper. So one, I don't think Sal's doing anything for anyone unless he's getting financially rewarded for it. Two, I don't think he wants to get beat up by a 5'2" guy. Actually 5'1", excuse me. 5'1" with boxing shoes on with a big thick heel.
John, if you actually did smoke with him, you would have to like.
You used to be 5'4", John. What?
You know what's funny, Walt? I would say like if they were actually going to do a smoker, we would have to promote it every day. John would be shorter. Like today, John, 4'10".
No, look, I look. You know, I look. I considered Sal a friend, and it bothers me. That's the whole thing. He just didn't consider us friends back. So that was the whole thing. So I just don't like the cheap under the tongue shots without saying it. Call me out if you got something to say it. But I'll gladly do a smoker. I always had fun beating up tall guys. It's fun.
Yo, TC's on fire today. Great comment. Says John would be like Little Mac and Mike Tyson's Punch Out.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tabitha. We're not picking on him, Tabitha, but we're the only ones seem to be in his circle that are actually telling them things, and not leading him astray,
Yeah, Tabitha. She says let him live. I think we did let him live. Yeah. We've been in his corner helping him out for years. Come on, Tabitha. You know damn well.
Look, the bottom line is this. All he has to do is stop making sly little comments and trying to say shit without saying it, like little sneak, like the same shit that Sanders did. I wasn't talking about you guys. No, you were just putting two white guys with MAGA hats on saying that retired guys on a podcast should get arrested and go to jail. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, come on.
Exactly.
And then play dumb. No, we weren't talking about you. Like, oh, you weren't talking about us? Oh, that's weird.
Look, if Sal and his boyfriend Jack want to say stuff, I don't care, and it's all good. But Tabitha, damn well we've always been in Sal's corner.
Yeah, and fuck Jack, because honestly, where does he get his talking points from? He watches this show and then he formulates his opinion what he's going to say on Sal's show about the topic. Come on, I mean, if you guys haven't picked up on that, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. You know, like you guys aren't no detectives in the crew. Yeah.
Hey, listen, leave Jack alone, okay? I like a lift in that Porsche when I take a visit to South Florida, okay? Right?
You think Jack pumps his own gas? You think he knows how to do that?
If you're driving around a Porsche in South Florida, you are not pumping your own gas. Okay?
Yeah.
Can somebody pump my gas for me, please? He needs to move to New Jersey. If they pump your gas there.
Yeah.
Popeye, damn it. I make a penny, city makes a dime. That's why I poop on company time.
I love you, brother. That's great.
That's a good one, dude.
That's hilarious.
That's a good one. So, all right. So, for all you Joe Cops out there, we appreciate you for joining us. We had about 600 of you. And for all of you that like Joe Cops, thank you for being here. And, you know,
I want an official definition on Joe Cop. We got to come out with an official definition on exactly what that means.
Honestly, the Joe Cop is like when you're talking shit from, and you, like Joe Cop is the guy that doesn't know anything but claims to know it. And it's like, if I had to point to the biggest Joe Cop I know, his name would be Sal Greco.
Yeah, that's the funny part.
I mean, because he talks from a position like he knows shit without giving you any facts, without giving you anything. And, you know, without talking about department policy, it's consistently, you guys got to follow your training, but he doesn't mention the training. You guys got to follow the law, but he doesn't mention the law. And then when he mentions the law, it's not even relevant. When you read it, you're like, how is this relevant to what we're talking about? Like, what we're talking about a police use of force, and you're talking about extrajudicial punishment? Like, where are you getting this from?
TC got it right. He says Sal Greco, 5'11" warrior.
Well, don't forget about Bob Firefighter either, or John Sanitation. I thought that was a good one when Sal mentioned that too. I'm like, yeah. Bob Firefighter.
Hey,
so Tabitha says, why did he leave though? So Tab, if you weren't paying attention, to what happened, there were a lot of tweets coming out from some fucking bum attorney named Eric Sanders that appeared to be directed towards myself and Eric, saying that we were racists and we should get locked up, while he was coming on here and getting free advertising and taking his name from being the ambulance chaser, which he was known to be, to actually getting some credibility again. So we said to Sal that he can't come on here unless he sits down, comes on this show, and tells everybody exactly why we're racist and we should be in jail. And Sal wanted to sing the tune. He wasn't talking about us, and that we should apologize to him because we don't believe that the mile-and-a-half run is racist against black and brown people. So, and again, Sal could talk all the shit he wants, but he's welcome to come up on here, and he won't. So, you know, and neither will Eric. So it's that simple. So that's why he left. If you're going to use our fucking platform if you're going to use our platform to make money, and then you think you're going to bitch us out and pimp us out like we're scared little cat, we're not. We're not. I don't give a shit about your record, and I don't care about anybody else either. Like, we're not going to get used by people clearly, and now Sal's letting himself get used. So go out and get used. Like I said, he's getting used like a cheap whore. He's getting pimped out, and he'll get dropped in the curb sooner than later.
Well, that's my point. It's only a matter of time before they turn on you, Sal, and then they say you're racist, and stand there saying, "Damn, man, my friends were right. My friends are right." Yep. You turn on your friends, it's a problem. But that's all right. I don't take it personal. You do your thing. You're your own man. What happens to you? It's on. I don't wish anyone bad. You're right to your opinion. But that was my point. Remember why you started this. You started this because what happened to you was wrong. You got to remember that. And don't let anyone use you. Eric Sanders, in my opinion, he's using you. Jack is just a leech. He's got nothing to hold on to. Am I right, Jack?
Yeah. So, and that's it. Joe, have him on. He's welcome to come on any show and at any moment in time. You know, any moment in time, he's welcome to invite, and he knows it. So, and we've said it before. So, I mean, that's it.
Listen,
not chasing nobody. He'll just make a sly comment on his next show that mirrors this show entirely, where either he tries to make the point with like, somewhat massaging what bullshit he has to put in there from his information feeders, you know. So, and I saw that what's his face, Detective Terrell, not vested out, but he put his papers in because I think he got charges for apparently being accused of giving information to Sal. So, you know,
yeah,
just gonna keep doing.
You always listen. You always got to protect your sources. You have to protect your sources no matter what, and that's a problem. You have to protect your sources. If you have a source, you really got to protect them and show that, you know, because who else is going to give you information to be a source with knowing that you let someone else fall. Anyway, listen. I don't wish anybody bad. I wish them well, but we're going to be honest. We can't say that what they're doing is right. What they're doing is wrong. I mean, Jack is just feeding off this network and feeding off Sal. And Sal forgot where he came from and why he was in this position. And I think you allowed, in my opinion, Eric Sanders just to completely distort. And I don't even think he's helping your case. And I do think he's going to turn on you one day. I do. You have to ask yourself, why am I with this guy? What does this guy want with me? Right? I mean, you're another white guy.
It's a product of the slave trade, you know. TC says he didn't think the mile and a half one was racist until they required the Klan hood.
Oh my God.
You guys are wrong. You guys are wrong.
Yeah.
John, delete all my DMs right now. If you send me DMs, dude, I actually responded. Yeah, you should play the lotto.
No, that's hilarious.
You should fucking play the lotto, bro. Because I'll tell you right now.
No, Frank Reagan, shout out to you, brother. No, honestly, I really don't. I really don't wish them bad. I don't wish anybody bad. I don't, I don't believe wishing bad, but we have to be honest on what they're doing and make an assessment.
True.
And so I don't say, oh, I wish that, listen, I hope his show does great. God bless you. If you want to watch his show, watch it. But what they're doing right now is not giving you accurate information, and it comes from a place of emotion. That's where I have a problem with it. But I don't wish anybody bad.
Fuck those two snakes. Watch the. That's all I gotta say.
I just want to go back to Frank Regan's picture. Why does he have Saddam Hussein? Is that Saddam Hussein or Tom Selleck? I can't tell.
It looks like Tom Selleck, right? That mustache.
That's Selleck, bro. It's Tom Selleck.
It is hilarious, though.
Yeah, maybe I haven't seen Blue Bloods in a while, but it looks. I don't know.
All kidding aside, that's a good show. I like Blue Bloods. It's not realistic, but it's a good show. I like it.
Yeah. So, all right, peoples. All right, we're ready. Let's get out of here. Everybody have a great weekend. Guys, got anything before we go?
No. Again, thank you everyone for support, and remember that. Take care of your health. Take care of yourselves. Take care of your families. Don't let things get to you. If you're doing well in life, people are going to hate on you. If you're out there public speaking, come from a place of confidence, and we want what's best for you. And to those cops again there who went through that door, shout out to you. I'm glad you guys are okay. That was that was a close call. That was some scary shit. So God bless you guys. Seriously.
Yeah, guys. Yeah, I don't have anything else to say. Just have a great weekend and, stay safe. If you're on patrol, take what happened to those guys as an example that, anything could happen on these jobs, And if you're a supervisor turning out roll call, I think you need to remind your guys and, prevent them from getting complacent, So have a great weekend. I'll see you next week.
Yeah. And I failed. I said I wasn't going to talk about Sal and Jack again, and I failed. So last thing, Sal, Jack, go fuck yourselves. All right. Finance Unfiltered. We'll be back at you on Monday. Everybody have a great weekend.
There's a handful of retired officers that don't live in the state that have a lot to say about the dream team, as I like to call it. All of a sudden they retire and have a master plan on how to fight crime. But nothing to contribute when they were here. They want to come back and be part of the dream team. What can I say?